All right. Is this looking okay? It looks a little fuzzy in my YouTube box here. Let me try and move this over yet a little bit. Just give me a moment. See how that reflects things. Trying to get the vertical stream properly aligned. We might just have to accept the vertical homies are screwed. So I don't know how much I can mess with these cameras. That's a little better. Alright, that's probably as good as it's going to get for the vertical homies. Let's see. We're still decently in frame for the horizontal homies. Let me see. Yeah, it looks good. It just looks weird when I have my window shrunk down. Okay, I think we're ready to rock. I'm just going to grab my stream link, send it off to my Discord here. Not my Discord, but Discord I'm in. Let's see here. My Discord here. A little bit of audio feedback. Don't worry about that. It's gone. Just like that. Just like that. Bada bing, bada boom. Okay, let's get into it. So today I've got Alesha, who smiles at death. And this is going to be an interesting altar. What we're going to be doing, getting rid of the side borders, kind of whiting out everything. I'll probably not white out too down here, because that's going to more or less fade to black down here. And then out of the main text box, I'm going to have a bunch of Thrulls kind of coming out of the text box. This is a Thrull-themed deck, so I think this one's going to be pretty fun. I've already kind of sketched out kind of the scene of the Thralls popping out, and I think I'm going to carbon transfer that over a little later in the process. So that'll be kind of interesting. We'll see how that goes. Okay. I'm going to just start with this really nice and soft brush. I'm going to do some whiting out here. I'm going to just do this part here. It's going to be like some rabble in here a little bit of rabble. But up top, we're going to go into the sky. And then that's going to be nice and light colored, so I want to base it with white up at the top. And then strangely enough, I'm going to base out the entire text box in white. I don't think it's something I've ever really done before, but there's always a first time. And today is that first time. This card is unfortunately horribly off-centered. This is for a commission, and I'm hoping that this off-center nature of the card, I can actually use that, because I plan the Thrull coming out on this left side will be like one of the ones with a big set of wings on them, and I can use kind of this extra space on this off-centered card to have more room to put those wings. That's what I'm hoping for. So it is rather unfortunate that the card is printed so off-center, but we're going to utilize that, and hopefully the client is happy with the result. Typically they are. And typically I do revisions until they are happy, so it will be what it will be. This is going to go quite dark, but we're going to have the cloak and the sword in here, so I will kind of give it like this for our whiting out. We're going to go up top. I think I want to soften this a little bit. That hard edge is kind of creeping me out. There we go. I like to do my first few layers just really soft, really light. Typically I don't go into a painting session with too much of a plan, so it also gives me some time to think. Going up near the top here. This is going to be a fun one. I really like these old school borders where we get rid of the side, but then we keep the nameplate and typically the text box, I would say, as well. But we are going to be doing some strange things with the text box. Speaking of which, I think it's about time we start whiting that out a little bit here. So we really want to have nice clean lines here. When I'm streaming, it's hard for me to get super close to the card. My desk is kind of like too low. My chair is as low as it can go, so I have to like really hunch over when I'm doing my really close details. So I prefer to leave them to the very end and then just kind of change my setup a bit so I can do my details. That's also why if you look at my time lapses, usually it gets like 85% of the way there, and then there's like a cut, a transition, and then boom, the rest finishes up. Because when I have to get really close for all the really small details, I have to kind of change my posture and everything. It doesn't have to be perfect because I can just clean it up with a toothpick as well. But it should be a really interesting little kind of card that I'm working on here. Typically I do a little post when I'm gonna go live, kind of like a few days before, give everyone some warning, but today we're just jumping into it. So we'll see if I catch anyone off guard, if anyone's kind of around to hang out today. We're kind of early, so we might be able to get some of the European friends in here for a little bit before it's bedtime for them. Those of which who are doing Monday to Friday gigs probably have to go to bed a little early. Start the week off right. Nothing like painting a big square. Riveting content. He's painting a square. Look at him go. Man, this card is crazy off center. That edge is so thick. Damn, boy, she thick. Why that edge so thick? That's okay. We're going to use that to our advantage with this one. We're going to use it to our advantage. It's going to look a-okay. Just got to trust the process. Alright, I'll sit up a little bit so I'm closer to the microphone here. I think I was doing a little bit of mumbling. It's been a couple weeks since I streamed. Well, I just took 1 week off after last Friday. I did that wheel after a full-time day of work that I woke up at 5 a.m. for. And I was painting until 3 a.m. That was a big day. I needed to rest and recover after that one. Even like midstream I had to turn the volume off and just like go into hermit mode. A little bit of overpainting here. I'll just fix it as I go. Nothing huge, just a little bit of overpainting. Can always fix it up later. I stopped doing the coats in the acrylic marker just because it's a little bit harder to fix up. I can see why some altarists are like using them to great effect, but I think a lot of what I do, it just comes down to that I'm always making time lapses, so there's a whole bunch of things that other altarists do that it's not as easy to do when you're recording the whole process. Because I like to kind of clean up as I go, so there's not a huge splotchy bit on the whole time lapse. Stuff like that. Anyone just tuning in, the plan is this is going to be a Thrull-themed deck. And there's going to be a bunch of Thralls kind of coming out of the text box here. There's going to be like a whole secondary scene going on within the text box. And whenever I cover all the rules text, I always got people saying like, what if they don't have the card memorized? Well, the future owner of this card has it memorized, so they're good. Don't worry, they got it. So I'm told. But yeah, this was kind of like the idea I came up with, and I pitched it to them. They said it sounded perfect, sounded right up their alley. And I really wanted to use the old border card for this because it just has like such a lovely kind of like secondary box you can work with in here. So it seems like a lot of my paint needs a little bit to dry here. Some of it's coming up just like that, unfortunately. So I'm going to kind of just start doing this bottom bit. And like these are all kind of basically in shadow. So I'll just start kind of extending them. And I'll probably do kind of just a really, really dark brown, dark blackish. See how it goes from there. A little bit of red tone to it. But my brown, my, what is it, burnt umber, I think? Burnt umber has a little bit of red tone, so we'll see if that's enough. I really need to figure out a way to organize my paint tubes because I've got lots of them now. And I started working with a limited palette, but you know, the more you work with it and the broader range of cards you work on, you're going to end up realizing that there's just colors you can't hit with a limited palette. You know, there's things that are just, despite what you may have learned in grade school, you can't mix with a blue, a yellow, and a red, right? And then there's even some colors that you can't mix with the cyan, magenta, and yellow as well. And it's really nice to hear that, because if you're like me and you began with the assumption that you could mix everything from those colors, and then you hear that, no, that's not really how it works, that can be a little bit of a relief. So yeah, unfortunately, all of our primary school education failed us. You simply cannot mix everything from a blue, a yellow, and a red. You can try, but you will come across many problems. That and just like the simplicity of opening a tube and having, you know, it might not be the exact color you need, but at least it's close. It's very nice. It's very nice to have that. What is this guy? This guy has a funny shape to him. Oops. What am I doing? Yeah, we'll cover that up in a minute. It's not gonna stay there long. I don't know why my chair feels like so different to my desk right now. I feel like I'm painting at like an entirely different angle than I usually paint at. Don't know why. Clearly this one guy isn't shaped like this. You have the widest back of all time. I'll put like another helmet in here. But just for the moment, just blocking in some shape while my white dries around the rest of the card. Just putting in a little layer. We can't even see anything change here really, but this will help my future layers of paint stick to it. Which is always, you never really want to reach your end goal with your first layer of paint because it's just not going to stick to the card that well. Unless you have like an older card. Paint usually sticks better to the older cards. I like to work typically from lighter colors to darker colors, so I'm going to add, you know, some pole axes and stuff in here as well. But I'll get everything that's lighter in color done first, and then put those kind of on top, because they're going to be more in the foreground anyways. So that's how I'm going to do that. I'm not going to leave it as plain as it is at the moment. I'm just kind of bouncing between my white and my darker colors so that I can do this semi-efficiently. Be decently entertaining. I have to be ever vigilant because it is the spring and my dog is shedding now. So her hairs might just be floating around. So I gotta watch and make sure none of those land on my painting as well. Don't want that going on. As I've been, you know, getting deeper and deeper into Magic, I've been appreciating the Mardu colors more and more. I guess, you know, I always appreciated black and white, but I've been appreciating red more than ever lately. I feel like I've like gotten an appreciation for almost every color at this point besides green. And I'm not trying to chirp on green, I just don't, there's like not a lot in green I just like to do that much. I think it might also be part of playing Pauper Commander as my main format in Pauper. Green is not a super good monocolor at all in Pauper, and in Pauper Commander, like all the strong stuff they've given green that lets it draw a lot of cards is not at common rarity. So So green does not draw many cards at all in Pauper Commander and in Pauper, but usually you pair it with something else in Pauper. Get some card draw going. After this little layer of white, I might just do some doodling around the cardstock under the card, just to make it a bit more interesting for people popping into the stream. And then give me a little bit of time for my card to dry up a bit. It's funny because when you're painting live, you want to go a bit quicker so that things actually dry up, but it can be tricky. Charity Goiza says I'm driving, so I won't be in chat, but I want to listen. Okay, I'll make sure I don't make any crazy off-the-cuff noises while you're listening. My dog is away, so she's just with my girlfriend today. So she won't be barking and scaring you while you're driving either, which is nice. Painting some happy little manas, yes indeed. This is my happy place, just painting, relaxing. You're listening to some music, an audiobook, or just binging some YouTube while I paint is usually when I'm feeling the most chill, frankly. Yeah, this needs to dry a bit because look, it's just coming up there a little bit, fortunately. Alright, like I said, I'm just going to do some random doodles around my paper here while we wait for things to dry up a little bit. First I'll hit it up with a little BA, why not, right? A little self-indulgent BA. Give it that castle crenellation, just for fun. And then we're doing a Thrull deck, so we can put a big old wing down here. Well, what if we give it the Trogdor? Which side is the beefy arm on? Over here? I don't know which side the beefy arm is on Trogdor, but wow, I'm even like drawing the way I have to paint where I'm like trying to get my hand out of the way, right? We'll give it another wing. We'll give it, this is a biblically accurate MTG altar, right? We'll give it like a snake head over here. Oops. I haven't seen a snake in a while. The snake, we'll give it a mohawk. You know, like you do with snakes. You know all those snakes with hair? This is a hair snake. Don't worry about it. Let's do like a nice, just a big old sword at the bottom. Just a loosey-goosey, you know. You draw this on your like desk when you're in junior high sword. Swing. The handle should be long. I'm not sure how much of this even like fits in the stream. I'm gonna go to LGS and see if they have any foil lands because I'm running out. Sheesh. Foil enjoyers, sound off. I don't know if it's just like where I live. I live in like a very like dry environment, but like foils are just like always so curved for me. Always so curled. Pretzel City, man. Not pretzel, Pringle. Pretzel. That's if they're twisted. I like foil, but I don't like the quality of foils these days. And I've tested a few things to try to flatten them out, but you know, eventually they just recurl. But I do have an idea for a foil peel that I'm going to be doing soonish. I don't know when I'm going to do it and upload it. I need like a nice day to work on it. But I have so many commissions to catch up on still. Yeah, I don't know. All my foils look like Pringles. Once you pop, you can't stop with my foils, fortunately. It is what it is. But yeah, the city I live in, Edmonton, in Alberta, Canada, very, very dry, deceptively dry. Especially in the winter months. Very dry. I think that's part of it. I think like we go from like dry to humid pretty quick when it does finally switch over. And I think that's part of it as well. Oh, you're painting the foils too? Couldn't be me. I have like a bunch of like things I want to do with foils, but like they're just so uncooperative, unfortunately. But I've got some I'm going to try to do to get around the typical foil problems I have here. I've got a plan. It's yet to be seen if it's a good plan, but I do have a plan in the future. Medium humid. Nice, nice. It's just the tornadoes you gotta worry about in Kansas, right? If Wizard of Oz is to be believed. You would chew the air? I don't like the sound of that. I don't want to chew the air. Okay, I think my kind of borders are slowly getting filled in here. Man, look at the offset on this card. I don't know if it's... I think it's like more noticeable when they do old border. If it's got like a printing offset, I think it looks a lot more noticeable, unfortunately. But this left side is like huge. Forgot you could talk to text? Damn. I don't even know if I'd be able to figure that out in my car. Well, I don't have a car for starters, so... Dang Dad, TCG Gaming says, "What's up?" How's it going, Dang Dad? With a channel name like that, you gotta be making some content, right? Uh-oh. Dang Dad, I just pulled your channel up in another tab. If I go on a break or after the stream, I'll take a look and see what you're up to. You gotta be up to some content with a name like that, right? Some going on there. I've never noticed misprints. I feel like I never used to notice them until I started painting, and now it's like I go to like the LGS and I ask for a card and they're like about to go in the back. I'm like, can you please bring like 5 of them so I can pick the one I want? I always feel like a pain in the butt. I'm like, I'm sorry, but I'm looking for one to paint, right? And they're like, oh, okay. But yeah, I used to never care, but now I want to see all the cards they have in stock and choose my favorite. And I feel like a pain in the butt, but you know, I tend to be quite polite about it, so hopefully people don't mind too much when I do that. Because I don't know, there's just like, especially with newer cards, there's such a variance in the card quality. Not even in quality per se, but just like the printing. Like sometimes a card has just like very vibrant colors, sometimes it's more like dusky, sometimes it's got like really bright whites, sometimes the whites are dull. But yeah, I feel like I never used to notice or care until I started painting the cards. The retro frame Alesha. Yeah, we're going to be doing something cool with this one, regular Bugman. This is going to be for a Thrull-themed deck, so there's going to be like a whole bunch of like Thralls spilling out of this text box. Kind of like trampling each other to kind of like get out and join kind of the fray here. My client who commissioned me for this one, they got like a really kind of fun Thrall deck. I was like, this is how Magic is meant to be played. Just like really thematic, really fun. So I'm really happy to work on this card for the client. It's like I see a lot of people like bling out their like really like high powered decks and their, you know, their CDH deck. I don't as often see people just like blinging out their fun decks or decks that they just kind of love and have a soft spot for. So I'm really happy when I get an opportunity to work on a deck like that. But yeah, I specifically wanted the old border Alesha so I could have this just nice, perfect square box for these Thralls to be stampeding out of. Do I typically prime cards before painting, or does paint usually stick okay? I don't prime per se, I just do like a really watered down couple layers of paint, right? And then this paint sticks to itself better than it sticks to the card, so once you have some paint on there, then you're good. But I used to not prime, but I used to put down a layer of gesso, Gesso, and I feel like it just added a bit too much thickness for my taste, so I stopped doing that. And then I've also kind of quote-unquote primed with acrylic Sharpie, and that works pretty good, but it's quite difficult to get off, and I like kind of being able to just like toothpick the paint off, so if I change my mind in the middle of the altar, I don't have to like break out something like isopropyl alcohol in order to get that layer off. So I usually just do a thin layer of watered down paint a couple times, and then that ends up working just fine. But I also have the habit of painting probably too watery, and I get into situations like this where the color just doesn't want to be very opaque because I have too much water. Sorry, I missed some chats there. Dang Dad, trying to quit the 9 to 5. That's the dream, isn't it? Well, good luck, my dude. Here he goes. It's an hour-and-a-half drive, but I've done it over 1,000 times. Nice. What format do I play? I mostly play Pauper and Pauper Commander. And then I play some Commander, but I prefer Pauper Commander than regular Commander, honestly. I would like to, if there was a group near me, I would like to try out some pre-modern. That looks quite fun, to be honest. Cherry said, I think a lot of them think painting on them is cool, so they don't fight you on it. Oh yeah, when I'm talking to the the LGS staff, I'm being picky and wanting to see all the cards. Yeah, no one's there fun. Like, if someone said, like, I'm just gonna pick out the best one for you, I'd be like, perfectly fine. Like, I'm not, like, overly insistent, right? I just tell them what I'd like to see. I'd like to see all the cards if possible, or not even all the cards, just like bring out 3 or 4 and I'll pick out the one that works best for my project, you know. But yeah, so far it's been pretty chill. I just worry about stuff like that. You buff yours with a nail block before you start painting. Yeah, I've heard of that. Are you doing like full arts mostly? Because like the thing for me is since I'm like usually leaving like a whole bunch of the card, it's just kind of like a pain in the butt to try like buff it or like do something finicky around all the pieces of it, you know what I mean? Also, since I'm usually like watching something or like engaging my other senses, I don't mind doing things like really slow and thin layers. I know I paint like really slow. It's a miracle I put out like as much time lapses and stuff as I do. But that's just the way I like to paint. And dang dad said decks have memories, they're all special. True. And it all comes down to like the time you spent playing and how that made you feel. And who you played with. Regular Bugman said thanks for the explanation. I tried doing some Sharpie alters a while ago, but some cards were way too waxy and the ink came off. Yeah, I'm talking about acrylic Sharpie, right? So it's actually like a Sharpie marker, but filled with like paint, right? But these things stick to cards like really well, like scary well, frankly. Yeah, I guess I could probably have like, let's see what I have for just like a, I'll just do it with one of my like example one-piece cards I have. But yeah, the acrylic Sharpie, it sticks on cards really well and it lays down like quite opaquely as well, right? So this is a acrylic Sharpie. It's full of paint rather than ink. Yeah, if you want to use Sharpie, you could put down a layer of paint first as well. I don't know, I've heard like some things about like Sharpie, like ink Sharpies can like damage cards. I don't know. You hear all sorts of conflicting things, and I guess until you test it yourself, you like don't really know how much you like it or how much it works. And I have one time that I used like an ink Sharpie, and let's see, I have this one on hand really easy. And the one time I used ink Sharpie was on this card. Is I did like the edges of this kind of this hedron, right? And it just doesn't blend in with the paint at all. So After that, I never really tried using ink Sharpies again. But yeah, mileage will vary on all these things, of course, of course. I mean, it's just like, the card is like nothing special in theory. It's like any other surface, right? Certain mediums do better if they're primed with, you know, certain other substances and all that stuff. There's nothing like mystical and unique about a card. You treat it the right way, then you'll be able to get whatever you want to stick to it, right? Let's see, I think maybe I put in another like head here. I'm not sure how my paint just got so watery there, but it did. There's too much paint on here. I just drag it across a little bit. And it makes sense, like the more in the foreground you go, the like darker it would be, right? So whatever this is standing even more behind, closer to us than this guy, right? And then I'll have like a little bit of a helmet up there. Oh, when did this smear? I didn't even notice this. This must have been when I had that other card I was showing the Sharpie on. It's okay, we can fix it. This is another reason I don't like work with like Sharpies and other stuff, is I make like a ton of mistakes, right? So if I can't just like scrape the mistake off and keep going, I'm going to get like 15 minutes into an altar, do something I don't like, and then I'll get frustrated. So I can't work with anything too permanent like an ink Sharpie. Painting is alchemy? Kinda, in a way. That's a creative process. You're always transforming one thing into something else. There's a few things that kind of like stay really like wet for a while. One of them is this this like golden gel pen that I just used on those doodles. That will typically stay wet for a while, but the acrylic Sharpie, it dries super fast. Where's that thing, like this card that I did, like I did that, you know, just a couple minutes ago, and it won't go anywhere, right? And then typically like 2 layers of this and you're almost blocked everything out quite well. But then, like I said, the downside is it's hard to just scrape off and change up your idea quickly. If you have a couple layers of that acrylic Sharpie and it like sat for a day, then you're going to need to bust out something like isopropyl alcohol to fix that up. Another weird habit I have is just not putting enough paint down on the palette. I'm too stingy. And then especially like when I'm trying to mix really precise colors, I won't make enough, and then I'll have to try to remix the exact same color that was already hard to mix the first time. That's where something like your paint pens and acrylic markers and stuff, like you just have like that consistent color to work with. And it all just comes down to how you mix your different colors, how you layer them. And one thing I like about doing these kind of like old borders is there's kind of like this little technical challenge of extending this little bit of border out to the end where usually the side border intersects. So you're gonna have to kind of get that like a darker layer to it. Depending on what color the card is, it's gonna have like kind of like some different texture to it. It's really tricky with like multicolored cards. I put too much paint. Yeah, we need to meet in the middle. I always put too little and then I'm like, oh gosh, I gotta remix that color that I just used all of. Oh gosh. Yeah, I use too little paint and then I paint like probably I paint too watery. Like right now I'm just putting down these super watery layers. Slowly kind of just building that opacity up. And it works pretty well when I'm just kind of painting off stream and doing time lapses. I just pause the video and let it dry and, you know, watch something on YouTube. When I work on some editing and then I go back. But when I'm painting live, that's when I have to start kind of like jumping from section to section. Usually I'd like do all these whites before I would kind of do any of these darker colors, but that's all good. It's good to practice different kind of ways of doing things. What formats are you playing, Dang Dad TCG Gaming? You're asking me what formats are you into? And I do have like a little sketch that I already did of what my thralls are gonna look like. And I'm probably gonna carbon transfer that on, right? Just basically use transfer paper to get that onto the card a little bit later in the process. But then from there I might change it up a little bit once I see how it actually looks on the card. Okay, I really need to get all the water on my brush this time, because last time I switched to my darks I had too much water in the brush, and that's how I got this kind of watercolor looking outline here. You darken that up a little bit. There. These ones look okay. Like I said, I'm going to add some more spears, but I'll do that later since they're in the foreground and I prefer to work light to dark. Strictly Commander and pre-releases, but at home. I have a loyal pod of family and longtime friends. Yo, that's sick. That's the biggest thing I'm missing is a good, you know, consistent pod, right? I don't know what it is, but I find, you know, whether it's Magic or D&D or anything, I feel like a lot of people got a lot more wishy-washy after 2020. You know what I mean? It became harder to get people to leave their house. They got used to staying in there. I mean, I'm people as well, but you know, I will go out for D&D. I'll go out for Magic. But some people, it's hard to get them out for anything. So we're not fading quite to black. We're fading to this kind of like blackish brown. And also that'll just help, you know, the not be a difference between my kind of matte paint and the, you know, glossy card, right? If I only painted halfway, there'd be a big difference in how it reflects the light. You can get the color like perfect, right? You can get, you know, as black as you can buy paint, but it'll still look different just because the card reflects light, whereas the paint, I mean, it all reflects light, but the card reflects light a lot better. Right? Colors are the reflection of light. Charity Goiza says, I drove my husband an hour to play 5v1 with his brother. He won 3-0. What do you mean 5v1? 5 decks versus 1 deck? Bruh. Arch enemy to the max? Okay. So I want just kind of like a really kind of dark, not very bright, you know, low on saturation helmet kind of on this empty stump that's here. I was kind of looking forward to extending the sword, but I'm not going to be able to do that much now. Oh well, it is what it is, I guess. There'll be a little sword extension, a little bit, as a treat. Commander. 5v1 commander? Dang. That's just crazy. It's a little too bright yet. And I'm going to just add some white to like take out the saturation of the color. Because it's kind of like, it's interesting when people paint with like focus in mind, you know? We can see like certain cards, parts of the card are in and out of focus. I feel like if I was like paint some original work, I would not be thinking about focus. Like I'm looking through a camera. I don't think I can envision that in my mind's eye so well. No, I think I took a little too much saturation. It's more yellow. I'm just trying to find this like right color that I want. Might be better just get the values in and then kind of like do a wash or two. I think this is more or less what I'm looking for. So this is going to be, yeah, it's going to be a bit bigger because this one's in the foreground a bit more. Man, this brush is it's nice and soft, which is why I'm using it for the for all those kind of like basing layers. Since it's nice and soft, it doesn't like pull up the paint very often unless it's like really too wet still. But man, that brush is, it's lost its edge as far as precision work goes, frankly. I mean, it is a very, very cheap brush, so it never really had like a very nice edge. But I feel like every brush has like something that's like of value. I have like this brush, and this one is like so stiff that I use it just to like scrape paint off on purpose. And this brush is so soft that I use it for my base layers. And then I have a brush that's good for, you know, staying nice and pointy. So even if a brush doesn't work for the thing you're trying to do, it probably has a use. Charity said he's good, and he brought his mean decks because they keep targeting him. Dang Dad says we usually have 4 two-headed giant, 8 players, but not strict on the two-headed giant deck rules, meaning all 200 cards follow singleton format. Oh, interesting. Dang Dad says we don't abuse it, the pairs are selected at random. Okay, okay. Charity says they use upgraded precons. Wow, this is almost looks gold, this color that I mixed. That's crazy. It does look like very bronzy. He'd make people cry if he built the decks and he doesn't find it as fun. Hey man, find your joy. Find your bliss, whatever it is. And then find people who have a similar bliss, or else you're hogging all the bliss. Okay, that's a little too watery. I'm just gonna do like some washes over this kind of like helmet that I started. And it looks like we got kind of light coming in from this direction, so I'm gonna try to keep that in mind. Usually when you paint like really watery, the water doesn't like to go on the edge too much anyways, so since it's on that edge and the light's coming from there, it'll probably just do what I need it to do anyways, without me really forcing it. That's another reason I like to paint so watery, is because sometimes you just let the paint do what it wants to do and it'll fall perfectly in place. And that is really, really fun when that happens. This is going to be my last layer of white, and then we're going to get into some more interesting stuff. I promise. I just not willing to compromise when it comes to getting rid of these like border lines. And that's like the biggest reason I paint so much white, because I just want the border lines to be gone. And I find when I start painting in with my colors and stuff, it'll get to a point where I'm like, oh wow, it looks so good, but I can still see the border line. So now I have to just kind of like ruin what I've done just to cover the border line more. And there's definitely been pieces where I was like happier before I went back and added more to cover the borderline than afterwards. So as it might be a little bit boring, might be a little slow, but this is my personal process. Damn, Charity. Your husband's dunking on his friends so hard. And you're like, they suck. They're complete ass at the game. Get dunked on, scrubs. Sheesh. I will need to let this kind of like center text box dry for a decent amount of time in order to do the transfer paper thing, but I'll have lots of time because I have to paint in the whole sky and all these ribbons and stuff. And then probably this bit with the thralls will be like the last part I do. And if my kind of time-lapse footage, because I'm recording this both live stream and time-lapse footage with 2 different phones, if the time-lapse footage looks good, it'll be like a big mystery why there's a big whited out box here the whole time, and then in the transition it'll transition to the final image with the thralls spilling out. It'll make a lot more sense. The client was also asking about maybe putting like similar to Parasite Thrall, how it's like wound around the guide, and maybe like put a thrall kind of like winding around Alesha and kind of with her arm kind of like being commanded to go that way. I think I can do that. Also, since it's going to be on like the base layer of the card, I can just finagle with it and kind of erase it and scrape it off and do a lot of trial and error till I feel like it looks right. So that'll work out just fine. Charity gonna hop off because they're almost there. I had fun. Well, thanks. I'm glad you had fun. Tune in anytime. Check out my other stuff if you're a fan of alters. You know, I got a lot of like 20-second time lapses, so you know, this you saw not a whole lot happen in the course of like half hour, but in one of my 20-second time lapses, you can see the whole card being done in 20 seconds. Now, some of it will be cut out of the video, but you get the gist of it. Dang Dad says I'm here, just had my hand in a bag of Doritos. Just trying to type with your one clean pinky finger. Dang, man. That's committed to the bit. Don't worry about it. You enjoy those Doritos. I tried, what the heck are they called? The like round, the rolled ones? My brain's thinking taquitos. They're not taquitos. What are they? The like rolled up chip that's like a Dorito. What is it called? God, I feel stupid. What are they called? It's kind of like taquitos. It's like what the hell? What are they called? Starts with a T. The rolled up Dorito things. Earlier, you sound like Bob Ross. You said if you're a bad brush, you just haven't found your application purpose yet. Talkies, thank you. Thank you, Adam. Yes, Talkies. I tried Talkies for the first time. And they're alright. I feel like it's like, they're like, put on like the generic white people like taco flavoring onto them. It's kind of mid. But I tried like the cheesy jalapeno ones or whatever, and they made your fingers so like cheesy, like way more than I've ever had with Doritos. I reached into the bag and like the side of my hand was like coated in orange dust. It's actually wacky. So for these clouds, I could do two things. I could either like put in this baseline blue as the sky and then pink clouds over top of it, or I could just try like perfectly get the clouds as I go. I haven't decided what I want to do yet. What Cherry was saying about like me being like Bob Ross saying each brush has its own thing, you maybe just haven't found it yet. This is what I was saying with this really firm brush I have, is I use it to just take paint off rather than put it on here. Okay. So we've got like a really kind of light, it's almost like a greenish blue in here. Very slight greenish, and then you've got like purplish up here. I think I'm gonna go for like putting a light layer of sky in first, and then I'll kind of work backwards. Just so if I have something that looks like really good along the way, I don't have to worry about like putting the sky in weird. Dang Dad says I only like Doritos, reminds me of summer. and we're locked in for the holiday weekend, just relaxing. So Doritos and Red Bull are on the menu. This man has life figured out. Adam says, you've been popping up in my feed, and goddamn, it makes me miss doing alters. My signature was the shock, altered into a shocker, and Justice Strike altered into Wonder Woman stomping on Batman. Yo, those sound amazing. Both of those sound more badass than pretty much most things I've done. I will say, like, you know, I started doing alters. I was on like injury leave from work, and that's like when I started doing alters. And then you know, it was time to go back to work, and now I'm back to work, and it is hard to find time to do alters. So I can definitely kind of like commiserate that it's hard to find the time, especially like if you paint slow like me. I see some people like really busting out some really fast work. It's really impressive, but couldn't be me, frankly. I'm very slow when it comes to altering. This sky might be a bit tricky. I'm glad I decided to try and nail the sky color first before I get into the clouds. Yo, Byron says, love the Jaleva altar you did for me. Yes, I'm glad. It makes me happy when people get the card and they're like, oh wait, it's sick as hell, and I'm like, thank God. For that Jaleva, I kind of like took inspiration from like kind of like the Sailor Moon when they're in the middle of like transforming, for the figure that's kind of ethereal there. I thought it was like we discussed kind of like Azorius as being kind of the thing being drained, and I feel like it kind of like hit on that like kind of innocence, perhaps. I don't know. Would you say that the Sailor Scouts are Azorius? I kind of would, right? But yeah, like I said in the email I sent you, sorry that I didn't send you the tracking. I just sent out like so many orders from my website that automatically send out the tracking, and I forgot that I had one I had to manually send the tracking for there. This needs like needs to be just a little bit muddier. Like over here, and then it gets brighter over there. I should have used it while it was brighter for the bright part, frankly. Okay, now I need to have my actual good brush in here. No, I prefer people use PayPal because Shopify will charge extra fees. And, you know, I prefer that we're not just giving money to, you know, big tech companies for no reason. This needs to be a little bit lighter now. I went a little too muddy with it. Yeah, I would prefer to use PayPal most of the time. Shopify is just like, so I have like a place people can go. And some people like, maybe they don't want to like have a back and forth discussion about placing a custom order. They want to get like an altar, just like a simpler fashion. That's what the Shopify is more for. But yeah, I'm all about trying to not give super big tech companies lots of money. And I know Shopify is like one. I know PayPal is one as well, but they take like relatively low fees. Oh yeah, I appreciate that. I don't always turn the tip function on. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. It all depends. I always feel weird about it, you know what I mean? more or less like, I go by the vibe that if like in my discussion with the client, it seems like they like really like the work, then I'm like, yeah, I'll put it in there, right? If they really liked it. But if the client seems like a little bit cold, then I'll be like, well, I don't know if they loved it as much as I was hoping, so I feel bad for that option popping up. I don't know. I shouldn't divulge all my weird insecurities. Yeah, this is gonna be like more ribbon. I like to just like paint on the actual card to see where things are gonna go, and then just clean that off later. But it's kind of trickier when I'm doing these old border styles where I need the borders to be super clean. This one's gonna kind of go up, and that's where this extra sky is gonna be. So this one's gonna kind of like curve up like that. So put in some sky here. Do dee dee dee. Do do. Stella says, I love Alesha. She was the first commander I blinged out. Representation is amazing. The trans representation. Agree, agree, agree. Agree, agree, agree. Like the Rocky from Hail Mary. Amaze, amaze, amaze. Jaleva edit. Let me check. I think I have some footage. Let me see. I got like these new like LED light panels, and sometimes they do this like weird thing where they put like little dots on the card and I don't notice it. So I've had some cards I've lost the footage for because of that. Video for editing. I don't know. I don't think any Jaleva footage is on my computer at the moment, but it might be in my phone. I think the thing is that when I do like a full art, it usually takes me so long that like I can't really get good footage of the whole process. And oftentimes I do full art, I'm like revising it a lot. So it's like I'll do like a whole section, I'll be like, okay, I don't quite like that, and then I'll change it. So on the footage it like jumps around from looking like half done to then looking like a third done, and yeah, when I do full arts it's a whole thing, frankly. I like to do them, but it does take a lot of time, and the process is nowhere near as straightforward. And yes, it's a lot of editing as well, especially trying to make it coherent. I think I do have some raw footage though. I can check my phone after, because both my phones are being used to record right now. So after the stream I can check my phone, and maybe even like if I have something I can, even in the past I've done, you know, a few private videos for just between like me and a client when I was testing something or doing something that would, you know, wouldn't really fit in an email attachment. So that's an option I can look at as well. I'll have to see what I have though. But yeah, this was one where, this Alesha was one where I was like, I don't know if I'll be able to capture the whole footage of this thing too. But it's actually coming together quite quickly at the moment. Until I start doing like the thralls, that's where it might get a little tricky. This Prussian blue is really good for this sky, I think. can be like the maddening part where you're just like mixing colors. You gotta keep in mind, I don't have like a super strong artistic background or anything. I went to like theater production back in like 2009, right? So makes me feel old, but it's like 17 years ago. I did 1 year and then I switched kind of programs, and that was all the backstage work. So I did have like a painting class, but we were painting on like 10-foot backdrops for, you know, plays and such, right? So it was not super comparable to color matching on a tiny card. And then after that, it's been like, I don't know, like 15 plus years since I tried to do something like that again. So when you look at my finished work, it might look like I really know what I'm doing, but frankly, it's a lot of guesswork and eventually getting there, right? But I do feel like the sky has just like a little bit of a red to it. I might be crazy. I could be wrong. And then the like best way to color match is you typically just like put it right on the card, right where you're trying to color match. And then the trick is to not forget to take it off, right? Just a slightly wet Q-tip here, and then that's gone. Okay, but I was very happy with where that was actually. Like I said, I like to just kind of draw through this box, kind of get the shapes that make sense here. Just like that. And I'll kind of like do a layer of this blue kind of around the place. And I'll start with it like decently thick. And then over here I might just put a really like watery layer of it down just so it's kind of in the background for any gaps I put in the clouds. But it seems like it's mostly got cloud cover down there. In my opinion, that's something I could see being an upsell for you. Having a video of the process is what I consider the alter version of a certificate of authenticity. Sold art for several years. You know, that makes sense. That makes sense. It's kind of like, there's so many factors to think of, right? Because, like, just putting up the video in the first place is very helpful for, like, getting future clients, right? So you have something to show them. And I've seen, like, all different takes of this, like, exact same thing, right? I've had people who are, like, super reluctant to, use the footage that they have from like a client in their socials and stuff, right? Now it makes sense if it's a gift for someone, then, you know, maybe say like when they're given the gift, then I can put on the social or whatever. That makes sense. But I've had some people who like have like a whole contract. Not some people. I've seen like other altruists who have like a whole contract thing they go through. Like, I retain the rights to use the the footage and this and that. I'm like, wow, this is like a whole lot. I just don't think of everything that much, if I'm being honest with you. In what format would you like though? Would you like just like the typical 20-second time lapses that I make, or would you like kind of a longer video in which I talk about kind of the whole process? Would you like a behind the scenes, right? So where did I put it? I'm going to need this thing very shortly. I don't know. I'll have to find it. My sketch that I did for the Thralls that's coming up, like behind the scenes stuff, like that sketch as well, in kind of like a video. There's all sorts of like just ways it could be done as well, right? That's what I'm getting at. Because I feel like whenever I can and my footage is good, I'd like to just upload a time lapse anyways, right? So maybe if there's like a kind of like a premium thing that I did, I would do a kind of different style of video, right? Or even like sometimes I will like live stream like I'm doing right now, a commission. And then some commissions I'd feel like, okay, that one's going to be extremely difficult, really ambitious. I don't want to live stream me making 1,000 mistakes and going back and fixing and changing the whole time. And then sometimes I just kind of get the vibe from the person commissioning me that, like, you know, if there's a live stream, they'd pop in and they'd be like super cool about it and not kind of like backseating the process, which, I mean, the client should have a say in the process, right? I firmly believe in that, but just doing it live might feel just like a little much for my taste. I'd probably get a little nervous. It's saying more about me than it is saying about clients. Even if it's just jump cuts and narration, I think it'd be great. I think that's for you to decide and what makes the most sense for your time and effort. Makes sense. There's so many different ways to approach this stuff, right? Like, I really kind of just want to like paint as many cards as I can for people, which is like my overall kind of goal. Of course, I want them to be like the best I can do, right? I don't want to sacrifice quality for that kind of quantity goal. That's not what I'm about. But it's like, I feel like if there's like certain things that I could do that kind of like brought in just that little bit extra oomph. I don't know. I'm losing my train of thought. I guess my train of thought is that, like, yeah, I want to do like these extra things, but as long as they're not like cutting too much into my painting time. Now I've gone like back to work, it's actually like terrible for my painting time. There was like a stretch where I was like uploading my 2 like time lapses. My time lapses every 2 days, and I was still like fitting in like 3+ commissions a week, even if they weren't the time lapses. Now that's kind of become a lot more difficult. Have I thought about doing the new pre-con commanders like Strixhaven's Killian? Ink guys would be cool to have alters of. Yeah, I like the ink aesthetics from Strixhaven a lot, actually. I really like those aesthetics. It's like when I'm choosing just like random cards to paint that aren't for a commission, basically I'm considering like a whole bunch of factors. I'm considering, usually these days, since I have so little time, like number one is like, can I paint this without taking a long time to do it? I'm trying to gravitate more towards cards that I feel like I can feel comfortable painting in one sitting when it's not for a client, when it's just for a time lapse. So that's kind of a factor. And then there's also the factor of like playability, right? Do people like this card? Occasionally I'll do a card that I just like the aesthetics of, right? But typically you want to paint something that people actually like play and enjoy seeing, right? Even if I don't have the intention of like selling the card or anything like that. People don't watch time lapses of like random cards that nobody's ever heard of before, right? They want to see cards that they know, cards that they've seen in gameplay videos, cards in their decks, stuff like that, right? And then there's also price is a factor as well, right? I don't have like a super huge ton of disposable income, right? So that's why I don't have a lot of like cards, like I don't have like time lapses of me painting like Ristic Studies so much, and like Darksteel Colossuses, and like the counter spells and stuff, right? Because unfortunately money is a factor as well. Also, is this Gickleys? I'm just gonna assume is this proxies of tokens? Could be recurring staples. What is Gickleys? I know that's something else you meant to type, but I have no idea. But yeah, it all just like frankly comes down to time. It all comes down to time, because right now I've got I think I've got like 8 commissions with a total of like 11 cards right now, and unfortunately I'm finding it hard to do more than 2 a week at the moment. So actually, like the latest emails that have come through requesting commissions, I've just told them like, hey, my queue is really long, I can email you when it's shorter, right? Otherwise I can help kind of point you towards other altarists who might be interested, just because I don't want to have someone waiting, you know, a month and a half to get a card painted. So yeah, unfortunately most of these things pronounced Guy Clay. It's a print of a painting. Okay. Sorry, I'm not that educated, I guess. Thank you for educating me. I didn't know what a Guy Clay was. But yeah, like I said, it's mostly coming down to time these days. Like I said, I was off work on leave, and then I returned to work, and it's really cut into my painting time. I feel like this kind of part of the card is a little wet at the moment. So I'm going to just kind of move around a little bit. I'm going to darken up this helmet some more. It's weird. It's so weird to paint these like out of focus things. Kind of like melts my brain a little bit. Like, how do you paint unfocused like it's a camera? How do you see that in your mind's eye when you're like creating the original work? How did you do it, Anastasia Ovinchkova? Pronunciation warning. I think I want to... See, this is going to be a little tricky that we've got the red on the red here. But luckily they're not the same shade. But yeah, if I find myself in a situation where I have a lot of time again, or even if I have like a period where the commissions slow down, then that's when I'm going to experiment with all these other things, right? It's funny, there's like so much different stuff I could be doing, right? I could be making tokens. I put those on my website, and I could be attending like events, right? Tourneys and other Magic the Gathering things like that. But kind of all that kind of relies on this being like my full-time kind of like gig, which is it's far from that, right? I appreciate all like the support and the clients and all that stuff, but I mean, living in the current world is very expensive, so it would take a lot of sales and such to pay all the bills. That's coming from someone who lives like very frugally as well. I'm not a big spender. Like I said earlier, I don't drive, so that's like one of people's biggest cost is, you know, driving their car around and paying for gas and insurance. So frankly, I don't even do that, and still the world is very expensive. Okay, I think I need to paint in my lighter red and then I'll fade it into darker later. I don't like to work from dark to light so much. I'm really interested with your experience of like, what did you say you sold paintings, Brian? Brian Dumont? That's such like a niche and interesting thing. I don't think I've ever met someone who like sold paintings before. Alright, how thick is this? To the thick of it. I'm gonna say it's like splaying out here. You can have a little bit extra space. This brush is like it's struggling to keep up, but once I put in this kind of like thicker kind of blocks of color, then I'll switch down to my more fine brushes. My folks had an art gallery when I was in high school. I basically worked after school every day there, had a little commission even. Whoa, that's cool. My folks worked, well, my dad worked at like a pulp plant, and my mom worked at the hospital when I was younger. It was cool, but made me realize I needed to work hard to never be in retail sales ever again. Aye. You're talking to someone who still works retail. Tread carefully. I'm a powder keg waiting to explode. You get me talking about the wrong stuff. Yeah. I feel like I worked so much retail that my resume became poisoned with retail, and now no one else will hire me. The whole time I was off work on leave, I applied to about, it was over 1,000. I would say it was close to 1,500 jobs on the year I was off on leave, and I could not find a single place to take me in. It's kind of false, actually. I had 4 interviews after applying to like 1,500 jobs, and I got 2 different jobs, but both of them were like part-time casual work, so it's like, don't call us, we'll call you. And one of them worked out pretty well. I got like a decent amount of hours for. And then the other one was kind of like if a nursing strike happens, then we'll have work for you. And my provincial government does everything in its power to undermine workers from exercising their right to strike. So the nurse strike was discussed, and it occurred, and it lasted 1 day before the government kind of illegally pressured it to shut down. So, hate that for the nurses, frankly. Okie dokie. Alright, I gotta switch up my angle here. My hair might get in the camera, unfortunately. And I haven't showered yet today, so that could be kind of nasty. I just want to clean it up a little, so I know what I'm looking at with my corner here. Lovely stuff, lovely stuff. I don't really have my typical kind of Q-tip with all the fuzz pulled off to clean this up with, so I'll just use this pointed Q-tip here. Okay, well, that's good. We can go from there. Alright, switching into my smaller brush for this trickier stuff here. Doo-dee-dee-dee-dee. Sometimes shading is so crazy, or the lighting, because on this helmet it's coming from this direction a little bit. Then our banners and kind of our sky, it's coming from this direction. Got highlights on the top here. This is kind of bright, and then it gets pretty dark, so I think I more or less just have to follow what's going on here. And I'm probably gonna like take my time and slowly darken it, so I don't go too far. Like I said, I prefer to go light to dark than vice versa. Especially since I paint so watery, it takes me a long time to like lighten something up. Then I have to like change my style and thicken my paints, and I'm not used to doing that, so it's tricky, you know. So I got a lot of browns in here, so I just want some straight black and red. I just want to make a dark red. Interesting. It always starts off looking pretty goofy, but you know, my real trick is not being super artistic or being really talented. My real trick is just being extremely stubborn. And I'll just keep going over it and changing it, scraping it off and fixing it till it works. Now, I'm slowly having to do that less and less because I'm starting to get better. But yeah, my superpower is not super color matching, super imagination. anything like that. It's just being very stubborn. And I like to let people know that so that they kind of take steps on their alter journey. That if you just be stubborn enough, you'll get there. You'll get there. Crazy thing about altering, this isn't really about altering, but my experience altering, is that before this I never had like TikTok, and my Instagram was just like full of like brain rot memes. Not really, actually. My Instagram, my personal Instagram, has really good memes. Like sick memes. Like you can send them people and they're like, yeah, that's dank. And not brain rot, like good memes. Anyways, before I started like altering, I never had TikTok, and my Instagram was just full of dank memes. So I never really saw like a lot of like other alterist work. But now that I have like an account on all those platforms and I post that kind of stuff, then I get served lots of that stuff as well, which is really cool because I'm seeing everyone's work. Now, this is the interesting thing, is since it's kind of like got this like lack of focus, right? It's kind of like unfocused. So we can paint like really unsaturated, which on a lot of cards looks really bad, right? But we can paint unsaturated, and it is just kind of like following that unfocused thing. But yeah, usually I'm avoiding painting in a really unsaturated fashion like the plague. On most cards it looks very bad. But yeah, we can just like run this like really kind of like muddy, kind of like purplish goo color, and it looks just fine there. Now here's where not mixing enough of my sky color is biting me in the butt. Gotta remix it here. A little darker on down here in this part of it. And I think I need just a little bit of that purple as well there. Fortunately, this brush is even getting quite, what was the word for it? Frayed. The bristles are curling quite a bit. Oh, almost lost my toothpick. There we go. This blue needs to darken up a little bit too here. Just get a little bit more straight. Yo, let's go. Now, the best part about doing the altar is when things start looking really good. We're not there yet, frankly, but we will get there. When it happens, I'll start saying, hell yeah. I'll start saying, oh mama. So when you hear that, you know I'm on the right track. That means it's coming together. The vision is coming together in my mind. Like I said, we're not there yet, but we're showing some promise here. It's always with these kind of like straight lines where it looks really funny until you get like some variance in them. I think this needs to be a bit more purpley. The sky is really getting kind of dark at this point in the card. More purple. More purple. And this is like kind of right in the center. And then we need to lighten up the sides. David Mendez says RuneScape music in the background. Hell yeah. I'm always bumping that. It's made by OSRS Beats with a Z. They have a whole channel where they make not just RuneScape music, but they make lots of remixed music. This is like kind of like a lo-fi RuneScape stuff. And they also make like trap beat RuneScape stuff and like I said, other games too. But I don't know, it's really hard to find stuff that you're actually like allowed to stream music of on YouTube. Like a lot of stuff people say like, oh yeah, I've streamed that and it's fine, and then someone else will say like, oh no, I tried to stream that and I got dinked on, right? And I know that like RuneScape, you can use all their music for free, but even once it's now remixed, then it has like a question of legality. But as far as I can tell, I'm allowed to stream this. And I grew up playing a lot of RuneScape in my misspent youth. I feel like my parents' generation, they say they're misspent youth and they're like doing cocaine and stuff. Maybe I shouldn't say that on stream. My parents weren't, I just mean in general. But then I say misspent youth, then I just mean I played too much video games. Eat too many Doritos. Shout out to my main man, Dang Dad. With the Doritos. That little bit of sky looks pretty good. Pretty happy with that. Oh, I just decapitated my paintbrush here. I am way overdue for some new paintbrushes. And I buy really cheap paintbrushes, so it's not a matter of price. I just haven't been to the art store in a like month or so. I feel like I need to, like I was before, I was just painting kind of like with unsaturated colors to like replicate kind of the like unfocused bit. I think I need to like desaturate this helmet a little bit. The yellows are too yellow. It's crazy because I painted such like a nice like golden patina color, which I would love to see most of the time, but on this particular helmet, it is kind of devoid of strong color. Doopity doop. Whoa, mama. But yeah, if anyone knows like any great resources for you know, other stream safe music, as much as I love RuneScape music, I would like to shake it up for the viewers once in a while, because I'm always bumping this like mini playlist, frankly. But I try to balance it well enough that's kind of in the background and unobtrusive. But same with all my time-lapse videos, they all got kind of RuneScape music in them as well. And that's part of the fun of like editing the time lapses, actually. is editing the music, because I'm always trying to like get it to like loop or like have an interesting kind of like note that it opens with, and it's kind of like a fun little mini game, the whole process. Tiny bit time consuming. Usually takes me about I think like 25 minutes ish to find the right music for a 17-second clip. But I think it's all part of the process. I know on like TikTok and Instagram you can like use copyright music just fine. I think you can on YouTube Shorts now as well, but then they like, my shorts aren't like monetized, so it's funny that I'm going to bring this up, but then they like give the money to like whoever music you used, at least a portion of it. But I feel like if people are just watching for the music, then I need to like up my game, you know? Dang, Dad, with the Doritos. My favorite Dorito flavor, y'all ready for this? Is a big lore drop. Get out your pens and pencils. My favorite Dorito flavor, Sweet Chili Heat, baby! Got any Sweet Chili Heat fans in the crowd? I should hope so. It's the best flavor. Although sometimes I'll get like the zesty cheese and I'm like, I missed you. But typically, I'm reaching for that Sweet Chili Heat. These clouds are so funny. They've got like just that greenish little tinge to them. Let's see if we can make that. It might just be my eyeballs. It might just be... It's probably just like a yellowish tinge. But then the background is blue, which makes it feel green. Cool Ranch Ride or Die, but you haven't had Doritos in years? I don't know if you can have opinion on Doritos if you haven't had them in years. I'm not trying to be a hater, I'm just saying. Ride or Die? Sounds like they died. Sounds like they died, my dude. Wow, I'm making some crazy colors that I'm not trying to hit here. That's probably better that you haven't had Doritos in years. I don't think they're prime health food. Cool Ranch. I don't know if like Cool Ranch is an American thing, but like growing up, I don't know anybody who cared about Cool Ranch at all here in Canada. Like, I feel like we just don't mess with Cool Ranch the way Americans do. I think it was partially maybe an availability thing. I just feel like I never saw them growing up. Like I've seen them. I think they come in the like blue bag, right? But you go to a friend's party, there wouldn't be no Cool Ranch there. You just weren't messing with them like that. This is something. It's not the right thing, but it is something. Definitely needs to be... I think we just need to desaturate it a bit, frankly. Maybe not. This could be a mistake. Yeah, I don't think I'm putting that on there. gonna move my palette. I'm working way at the top of it here. Salsa verde. Is that Doritos flavor? I've never had that either. Never had no salsa verde Doritos. That must be like a newer flavor. I've literally never heard of that. It's actually wild. I was talking about how sweet chili heat was the way to go, and literally everybody left the stream. They're like, ah, this guy. We ain't messing with him. Not picking up what I'm putting down. I feel like sometimes I just gotta make some guesses with the paint. Just try things. There we go. That's something. It's kind of a little bit of a highlight color for these more pink, purpley clouds. Normally clouds are like my favorite thing to paint, but these ones actually seem really tricky. But we'll get there though. We always do. Always do. I like painting things where there's like no set structure, right? It's like a cloud, some water, easy peasy. Drawing a chair, I panic. Panic. But a cloud can look like anything. All the time when I'm like with my girlfriend is I'll be looking at the sky and I'll just say like, isn't it crazy looking at these clouds? Even if I had the ability to paint these clouds perfectly, exactly the way they are, somebody would look at my painting and say, that doesn't look that like clouds, that doesn't look right. And that's what I always think about with clouds, is that they can look like anything. And even in real life, you can be looking at clouds that exist right in front of you, and you could have the thought that like, if these were perfectly replicated in a painting, it wouldn't look right. It wouldn't look like a cloud. I think about that all the time, unfortunately. I don't know why I think about it so much, but I do think about it all the time. The awesomest awesome sauce. What's up? How's it going? Didn't miss it this time. Nice. I didn't even give a warning this time. Usually I like to like say, hey, I'm gonna stream this day at this time. But today I was like kind of playing it by ear, seeing what like my kind of girlfriend's plans were for the day. Sometimes she goes to her parents' house on Sundays and goes and gets like dim sum, and then some Sundays she doesn't, right? So I was kind of like playing it by ear, seeing what the kind of vibe was for the weekend. And yeah, she decided to go get dim sum and hang out at her parents'. So I decided to just hang back and do some painting. A little bit antisocial. So yeah, to answer your question, it's going pretty well. Just chilling. Got nothing on the agenda today except getting some painting done. And frankly, that's the way I like it. Do do do. Do 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 do. Okay, this is like really. This is like white, but like a kind of like dirty white. Oh, man, that's such a tricky color. What's going on there? Kind of a decent base. And from there we can put in some highlights and shadows. This line is like looking really... I need to paint into the card a little bit more. And now that I've kind of got some decent, like a decent color, I can kind of drop some of it in over these. Oops, sorry, I'm bouncing the camera a little. I moved my arm. We should be good. I can kind of drop in some color on top of these big kind of purple layers. But yeah, here's where I'm like kind of big chillin', kind of just watercoloring the sky a little bit. Let's see, what does this look like even? Oh, that's really dark green. That's too much, that's too far. The swag is too different. Where are we at with this? Okay. Okay, okay. That's fitting in decently. Then I think... Once you get to the sky, everything becomes like so subtle and so different than painting anything else, I find. There's no like straight lines, which is good for me. Some people love straight lines though, but there's no rhyme or reason. You just gotta do it until it looks right. I mean, the rhyme and reason is like highlights and shadows of the clouds, right? That's the rhyme and reason, but sometimes those don't even make super a lot of sense on where they're going. Ooh. All right, let me see here. Let me see. How long have I been going at it? 2 hours? Okay. I think I'm gonna do a quick stretch, grab some water, and find out where my sketch is for these thralls. Because we're getting close to the point where I have to start painting some thralls here. Do I have a Sharpie nearby? I'm just gonna write quick snack and stretch break. This is gonna be like less. This is gonna be like maybe like 5 minutes. Very quick. Don't worry about it. I'll be right back. Wait, I want to cover my palette while I'm away for a moment. Handy dandy pencil case lid. Look at that. Alright, I'll be right back. Okie dokie, and we're back. For the inquisitive minds, I had some toast with pesto on it. A nice crusty slice of sourdough bread. Excuse me, with a little bit of pesto. And I got up and I walked around a little bit, this and that. Okay. So yeah, our sky is kind of turning from the blue into the purple as we go down. So I'm going to put just some more purple in here. This blue doesn't have to be in here at all. And the purple kind of turns into like an orangish as we go. So that's what we're gonna do. So I have kind of this really light kind of reddish kind of wash. I'm gonna just add some yellow, see if I can get kind of where we're going with that. No, it needs to be deeper for sure. At this point I'm just kind of jumping all over my palette to anything that looks like it might be kind of more or less correct. Needs more red. For anyone who's kind of like popped in more recently, I haven't mentioned in a while, but the plan is this big white box in the center of the card is we're gonna put like a bunch of thralls from kind of like Magic's history, kind of trying to escape from that box, basically clamoring over themselves, trying to get out and join the fray here. This was kind of a collaborative imagining between me and my client for this card. They have this Alesha Thrall deck they sent me a link to, and from that I kind of came up with some ideas of how we could incorporate the thralls into the art. They also have an idea of kind of like the parasite thrall kind of wrapping around Alesha's arm, similar to how it's wrapping around the guy in the original art. So kind of saving that towards the end. I forgot to start my my time-lapse phone camera. Just can be that quick that I lose a bunch of footage and then decide not to make a time-lapse. Can happen in that split moment of me forgetting after coming back from a break. It's like whenever I'm not live streaming, the time-lapse is like far more in the front of my mind. When I'm live streaming, the live stream is more in the front of my mind, right? And when I'm doing both, then that's where things get a little kooky. Alright. It's kind of like it's weird to work with these kind of cards where there's like a focus, and like some things are in focus and some things are not in focus. But it also can be a bit freeing when you can, so much of the time you're trying to avoid like having desaturated colors and really having like really crisp kind of like details. What are my opinions on CEDH as a format? So I'm strange in that I like the grind. Whatever it is, whether it's Magic whether it's like a video game, like what I liked to do in Pokemon when I was a kid, example. This might sound a little malicious, but I like to get poison types and poison the enemies and then just like sleep them and defense curl and just like take a long time with it. So, in my opinion, CDH feels just a little too fast for me. As someone who has always loved the grind, I mean, I grew up playing RuneScape. Like I said, I played Pokemon in this like weird grindy way. I like formats where like you're gonna go 8+ turns, right? So for me, I've never gotten into CDH because because it's just like different than how I usually play things. Now, it's not to say I wouldn't like it if I had kind of like someone to help get me into it, but I haven't been exposed yet. Maybe one day. But yeah, like my favorite video games are all grindy. I love playing Monster Hunter, right? I don't play RuneScape anymore, but kind of I graduated to a new grind, right? I graduated Monster Hunter, and once in a while I'll go back and download Diablo 2 again and grind away for a few months before I snap out of it. So I always like the grind. I like playing slow, meticulous, building tiny increments of value. So that usually translates into my preference for formats in most things, actually. So yeah, because of that, I've never really had a strong exposure to CDH. I will say I do really appreciate that a lot of CDH players are super open to proxies, right? I feel like that's going to be a big thing in Magic's future. Just kind of like things are getting kind of like unaffordable generally, just in the world. And specifically in Magic, it's pretty bad right now. I think we're going to see some interesting things kind of in the future. Kind of like the response we've seen to the Goblin deck, right? That was just released as a secret lair. Is a lot of people are, you know, blatantly making posts on Reddit saying, you know, I'm just printing it. To hell with it. They're just busting out their printers and they're printing it. So I think we will see some sort of backlash from that from Wizards. And, you know, not to be like too self-inserting myself in the situation, but I think we could see it affect Altruist. I feel like there could be some sort of crackdown in the future from Wizards. Now, I hope not, because like I was saying, you know, life's just unaffordable and people want to play your game. You should feel proud of that, right? But the thing is, mega corporations don't have feelings. They just have profit incentives. So yeah, I really like grassroots kind of movements as well. For example, like Canadian Highlander is a super grassroots format where it's played because there's a big community there who supports it, right? And I grew up playing a lot of Smash Bros as well, right? Super Smash Bros Melee. And Nintendo always didn't support that that way of playing the game. And kind of that grassroots movement, that grassroots community is what led to, you know, things like Super Smash Bros Melee tournaments even being possible. So I feel like CDH is one of Magic's grassroots kind of communities, and because of that I can't help but cheer for its success, even if I haven't played a game before. It's already up there and has a lot of respect from me because of that. Very long-winded answer, but that's the secret of streaming, is you have to talk about everything for a long time. Unless, of course, you have kind of something with a lot of... What is the word I'm looking for? Stimulus. You have something going on in the stream that's like highly stimulating. And it's like, whoa, this, whoa, that. But I mean, I'm just painting on the card here. It's not that serious, my dude. I'm like slowly trying to get these purple lines to be less, you know, kind of like blocky. But it's not working so well. It's a very slow process. Alright, I need just like a little bit of this washed out yellow. It's funny, we've got like purple highlights, or purple shadows with the yellow highlights, which is a very effective combination. Right, they're kind of like opposites on the color wheel and all that. So our good friend Anastasia, who did the art for Alesha, she definitely knew what she was doing. The games kind of turn into CEDH on their own as the pod grows together. We lose a particular mechanic, and then we build utility into our decks that oppose it. We straight up gain EXP. Yeah, I've been thinking about that a lot as well. I feel like, you know, you've mentioned it happens within the pod, right? But I also feel like that's happening just generally to regular Commander. We see a lot of the kind of like personalities and the kind of deck building and influencing space online for Magic, and they're always kind of pushing more and more efficient play into casual Commander, right? You know, videos titled like, don't run this card, run this card, right? Or like, these cards will boost your deck, or pre-con upgrades, right? We're always looking to upgrade and get better. And we've seen kind of like the power of your average kind of Commander pod grow. Stapleification is a big thing as well, right? People, you know, are playing more of the same stuff across Commanders and in their decks, and we're seeing more and more staples kind of emerge. So I think that's kind of interesting. For a while now, I've been debating like possibly creating like a second channel where I talk about like deck building and stuff like that. I don't know. I feel like I want to be like the guy like ranting against staples. But if kind of the trend is going that way, then it'd probably not be a wise maneuver to position yourself on the opposite side of that trend, right? Seems like a kind of a bonehead move. But as I discussed, I love making things more difficult on myself. It's my absolute favorite thing. To make things difficult and to be an annoying contrarian. I think that's why I've avoided doing like opinion kind of based videos for the most part. Because I have this bad habit of not yucking other people's yums, but being difficult and stubborn more, so. These just need to be more white. But I think if that's all contained within a pod, then you're all Gucci, right? You and your friends, and if someone goes too hard, right, you've got kind of that social feedback to say like, hey, well, this is a little too much. But then your average person at the LGS doesn't really have that baked in. And then we've seen that try to be addressed with brackets to, you know, mixed success, right? My clouds are looking like okay, but I feel like they just need a little bit more to unify them. But I'm slightly afraid I'm going to overwork them. And up here, we need just a really light blue to kind of creep into these edges. Kind of creep in here, maybe even just a little before it gets all too purple there. Whenever I'm doing clouds, I like to just water down my paints in some spots, and if I'm not sure exactly what I want to do there, I can't make up my mind, I'll let the paint make up my mind for me. It usually works out pretty decently. I get what you're saying. It's like the argument that Commander is in 100 cards, it's 38 lands, Soul Ring, Signet, and Game Changers. I mean, it all depends on like which bracket you're at, right? But then, yeah, there's so much. I mean, you have a game with 30,000 cards. I don't even know how close I am. I think I'm probably undershooting by quite a bit at this point. And you're going to pretend like it's even possible to balance the game, right? I mean, it's probably, in a way, it's probably better that more people are using the same cards because it's making a more predictable environment, right? Less volatility. But yeah, I think we all need our little yells at clouds kind of topics. I think for me, like, if I was like look at the real underlying reason I don't like the like stapleification, is that just like affects the cost too much. On what's supposed to be your most casual format, everyone is like clamoring to get the same cards. And it like 100% tells like Wizards like, hey, we keep reprinting these cards, we keep, you know, milking the situation, right? And I'm not like someone who wants to see like the company like fail or anything, but I would like to see them become more consumer friendly. That's a lot to ask for in 2026 of any company, I know, but man can dream. Man can dream. This little bit of line here I want out, and then I'm not really seeing line anywhere else, so elsewhere in the card I'm pretty satisfied. Just need to get that out of there. Then once I add some like banners and stuff, all this will look pretty good. Hasbro's never been consumer friendly. Yeah, I mean, that's true. Wizards hasn't always been owned by Hasbro, which might have been what was a saving grace in the past, right? I was thinking the other day how like what is Hasbro? Hasbro is like what, the like third biggest toy company in the world? How's it go? It goes like Lego, right? And then is it Mattel? Whoever makes Barbie is second biggest. I know that. So who makes Barbie? Is that Mattel? Either way, Hasbro is like the third. It's in the top 5 biggest game companies in the world. And so you know, a company of that size, you know, it's all about the shareholders at that point. It's just the way it is. And like the only faction of it that's making like good money is Magic, right? So just thinking that like anything other than as much profit being squeezed out of the whole thing as possible, expecting anything else is like a fool's errand, really. I need just a little bit of white. My first kind of pass on these banners. They don't have to be perfect. We'll get them there. But frankly, that orange looks pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. Now this is interesting. This is my side of the card. So these can come further. But at which point does it start looking weird? Should I just stream all the way from off the card like the other ones? I don't think so. Alright. We're kind of like in groups, right? We've got this like big streak of brown here. We can continue on. A little bit too red there. Shakes old man fist at clouds. Yeah. Bruh, you call me old? Bruh. Am I unk? Am I chopped in unk? Damn. Am I chopped in unk, he says, listening to RuneScape music, painting like an old bordered magic card. I know it's remastered. This card wasn't like actually printed in old border. It's not that old of a card. But it fit my joke and narrative, okay? When you're streaming, you always have to justify your narrative as the correct one. Or else why are you even broadcasting yourself if you're not right on everything? Dong, dong, dong. Okay, so this is kind of like a lighter red, and then here we've got kind of that more saturated red. Not that saturated though, holy crap. Boom, boom. Just gonna try to get that off there. No, it's stuck. We're cooked. Just gonna have to paint over it, I guess. I could have saved just a tiny amount of thickness. Okay, I think I will continue the brown off the side of the card. It seems to be like the main bulk of the banner. think this bottom part I'll kind of curve downward, kind of into the mass here, into our crowd. And then the top bit, I'll kind of do a little half and half maneuver. Leave a little bit of sky visible through it. Alright, now we can add some more of these like halberds. Let me see here, let me change this just a little bit. Since this is getting closer, I'm just going to beef the color up a little bit. Things close to us have higher saturation, right? So as it gets closer, well, I just did the opposite somehow. Oopsie doodles. There we go. Alright, now I'll get some of this shadow of these weapons going on. And I'm not going to make it pure black, I'm going to kind of make it brownish. And it seems like they can have a little bit of like really soft, unfocused rim light going on. Ooh, some of my brown is drying to the palette there. Give it some red and yellow undertones, and then darken it back up a little. All that just to make black. Don't worry, this is my very special black. It's different in that I made it. Just like when you cook something yourself, it tastes better. So they say. What do I want? So here's our line. So we have to, if we want it to look good, we need to cross that line. We don't want it to go parallel with the line so much. That's how you make it look not so good. Should I do like a little halberd? Halberd? It's spelled halberd. Hey, look at that. We got a little axe attack there. That's nice. That's nice. And let's just do like a nice straight little spear here. And do another one kind of like crossing over. Make it look a little chaotic. Put more of a tip on this one. And then what we can do is we can like desaturate our stuff, so we're working more in the background now. Let's see how this is gonna look. We need it to be more like this. Just borrowing our sky colors, right? So it's gonna look close to our sky. It's a little lighter than I was hoping. Split the difference a little. Let's make one starting here. And like I say, crossover from the new part into the original card to kind of like confuse the possibility of a line appearing between what I did in the original. That just helps keep it from looking like obvious that something has been added. If you like make really parallel lines to the border lines, it always sticks out a little funny that way. Okay, I guess we'll start with these ribbons now. A lot of times I accidentally like work from like part I'm most like nervous about to part I'm least nervous about, or at least part that I have like good plan of how I'm going to do it to part I have less good plan. These ribbons, they might be tricky to match, but there's only really one way of doing it, is just to do it. I'm just gonna like slowly darken kind of my deep red until it feels right. I am looking at it kind of from an angle, just from my sitting position. So sometimes that can make it a little tricky as well. And it's better to paint, you know, further onto my title box. I can take it away than not paint far enough and then have to try a color match and add it back in later. This little circle is going to be stubborn, is it? I need to let that dry a little bit. This was kind of going kind of blue actually. This was fading into a blue in the sky here. This one looks like it as well. So the top looks kind of, we've got our deep red. This one, I think we can actually go brighter red. For our top, just slight edge here. And I'm gonna darken it with a really dark blue. Let's see how this looks here. Yeah, this will take a few layers to get right for sure. I'm gonna do the same thing with this one. Alright, let's go back to the ones that make a little bit more sense. I watched the movie Obsession just the night before last on Friday. Anybody seen the movie Obsession? New horror movie. Apparently it was written and directed by a YouTuber. Pretty crazy. At least directed. I don't know if both written, but at least directed. That much I can confirm. Unfortunately, I got a little piece of this banner that's kind of just floating in space here. So I'm just going to add a little kind of ribbon there and rescue that from floating. Because otherwise I was going to have to get the sky somehow back over top of that. And that wasn't about to happen very easily. Just kind of going around and giving some highlights on these banners. Kind of the top edge where the sun's going to hit them. In theory. This is just kind of gray for a little bit. I think I'm going to block in Alesha's cloak here. I'm going to just go like this. Now I can put in some kind of my grayish kind of bit over here. Could extend more banner, but there's already lots of banner going on. Something like that to start with. Can block in a little bit of her sword that's here still. Okay. Dang, nabbit. My whole palette is pretty watery at the moment. Now my biggest fear at this point is that I'm going to make all the extension work look really nice, then I'll bungle it when I put the thralls in, but we're just going to say that's not how it's going to go down. We're just going to refuse that reality and interject our own in which it all works out. Now these values are all going to be pretty dark, so I just want to give everything a little bit of room to breathe while I kind of figure out exactly how I'm going to make it so they don't all just combine into one dark black mass here. Sword is a little further down than that. I might paint into her cloak a bit more and redden it up a little bit. That might be my plan. Let's see, let's continue our kind of gray sky. Just gonna need some little attention here and there. And these banners I'm putting in kind of the dark blue, as they, that's a little much though. It's too saturated, that's the problem. And it's crazy the amount of desaturation going on in these like really shady, not shady, really like out of focus bits. Well, that's super saturated still. Let's give that a go, shall we? That's a closer match. Might need a little bit of red. Unfortunately, my red isn't showing through very well. Because it does look a little purpley. Let's try that. Ooh, now we're talking. Now it's starting to blend. If you're stubborn enough, you'll get there. That's what I always say. Don't even have to be that good at painting. You don't even have to be good at all. Look at me. You just have to be stubborn. You just gotta be willing to put in a lot of time to paint a very small, tiny canvas. But yeah, that little bit of red in this blue really helped me kind of get this color matching that we're going for. I think I can bring it into this one a little bit too. Because we can see where it's definitely going that way. The original art. It should be more because it's further into the sky. And bring it onto the orange a little bit too. Just this whole thing really be kind of fading into the blue of the sky a little bit. See, the artist got all the fun, kind of like bright painting, and then I've got all the like fading into the darkness of the sky painting. So gotta appreciate that they knew enough to give themselves all the fun painting. But I'm actually weirdly better at painting desaturated than painting saturated. I don't know why. Okay. Let's get back in on that cloak, shall we? Now I mix this lovely bluish red color. Maybe we can fill that in. Just need the slightest little kind of highlight here so that it doesn't blend together, this helmet and the cloak. And here's just a little bit of sky peeking through. Kind of like a grayish, very slightly red color here. I think I'll probably extend this ribbon a bit more because this is kind of boring. It's definitely less dramatic than the ribbon. also just going to kind of not worry about color matching that tiny little triangle. I'll just paint over it because I don't think it really informs much of what's going on here. Okie dokie. I'm gonna bring some blue into this red since I got a lot more red I'm working with here. And yeah. Oof, there's too much water going on here right now. My bad. Anyway, that's the vision. We just need to fix it up and do it right. And I'm just painting in this cloak a little bit, darkening it up. Just need to keep that little bit of highlight on this silly helmet so it doesn't just become one big old kind of mess. I'm just going to add a little bit more dark wash onto the helmet. I don't want it to stick out too much. I just don't want it to blend in. I'm looking for that perfect middle ground. Okay. Little rim on the cape here. This is going to be way more saturated than it is for the moment, but we'll fix that up. And maybe the top of it is kind of like folding over, right? The part that's getting light is folding over the bottom part. That's fine, that gives it some more kind of flair, some more drama. More interesting for the eye. All right. Let's fix this sword up a little bit, shall we? Little bit at a time. I'm gonna go back to this cloak, just straighten up my sword line here. Need to adjust my position. Okay. And we're into some like really finicky stuff. Normally this is where I would turn off my recording and get into my little nitty-gritty details. I think I'll do that for my time lapse. I'm going to call the time lapse here. The stream will keep going. I'm just turning off my secondary camera. I dropped one of my toothpicks or something. I have no idea where it went. Oh well. Okay. Alright. Yeah, I turned off my camera. I'm just going to detach that. Or else it's going to burn the battery. Alright. That's one camera out of the way. Now we're just streaming. No more time-lapse recording. want to get just a little curve in this helmet here. Yeah, exactly. There we go. Wonderful. Okay. I think maybe I can sneak a bit more orange into this. It's going a little too blue too fast. Just a little wash of orange. Not done with that yet. We'll fix it up some more. Okay. Just fading into the kind of dark blue here. This is a little dark too fast. Shit, I don't know where my color for this is. I'll just make a new one. Whoa, that was a lot of blue. Foo Fightin' says, howdy Bastion. Howdy y'all. How y'all doing, Foo Fightin'? Having a good weekend? It's almost done. Sunday Scaries on the horizon. Back to responsibilities on Monday if you're a normal person, normal 9 to 5 person. Doing good. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. Oof. That's a little brighter than I intended, but we can work with that. We can work with that. Okay, this is looking pretty normal. Weird way to describe it, but when I say it's looking normal, I just mean it's not jarring. It doesn't look like there's any like fatal flaws at the moment. Getting my last touches for that Omnath deck ready. Gotta get proxies of the Expedition lands. The Expedition lands. Which land cycle is that? Expedition lands. Or was that just a treatment? Is that the like Bloomborough ones where it's got the characters kind of like on a journey? Or am I out of the loop? Could be either, frankly. Yeah, the Omnath, if you're my you could either be my current Omnath client or my last Omnath client. But I think you're my current Omnath client if you are an Omnath client. Because I do believe that person was talking about getting the deck together still. Oh, it's the Zendikar lands. Oh. That was like when they first started doing like full art lands. Let me see, I'll just Google it now. I'm not using my other phone. Doom ba doom doom. Here's the current one, I thought so. Oh, okay. Whoa, these ones look crazy. Okay, yeah. It's the one with like this Eldrazi border, right? This shit. You know, those ones look pretty sick. I'm not gonna lie. It's pretty swanky. Na, 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 na. Na, 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 na. Yeah, I think the Omnath is the next thing I'm painting. I was debating if I could do it in this stream or not, but I think because my other client for this card is like, we really kind of nailed down our idea for the card, so I know I can like do it without any kind of like back and forth. Whereas with you, I think I might need to, you know, send you a couple of progress pictures and say, you know, how's this looking? How's that looking? So I knew I could probably just get this one done in one sitting on stream. Whereas with the Omnath, we're probably going to have a little back and forth. Which is fine. All kind of clients have different needs, you know? Also, it's mostly about me. Because sometimes people come to me and they want to just see me do something. And I'm like, oh, what exactly do you want? And they're like, I don't know, just do something. I'm like, Strangely, I like it when people are like, I know exactly what I want. Make it happen, art boy. I'm like, yes, sir. Or ma'am. Or they. And the client for this card said, just do your thing. I was like, okay, I can do my thing on stream. Probably one sitting. Easy peasy. Ding dong ding. Gotta love that, right? I love any opportunity I have to paint a card for somebody. If we lived in a like you know, a utopian society where, you know, money didn't exist and you just did things for people, I'd just be like painting cards for people. It's like, oh yeah, all your basic needs are taken care of. You just do your thing that contributes to society. Like, hell yeah, let me paint some cards for people. So I'm pretty much happy whenever I'm helping someone out with that. Especially like when people have a strong vision too. It's like, as long as I can execute on their vision, like they've already got in their head this is exactly what they want, so they're gonna be happy. All right. Well, I think I'm pretty close to the main bulk of the expansion work being done. There might be some things I clean up off stream, but now it's going to be the interesting part of this card coming up here. That looks straight? That looks pretty straight to me. sorry. The Bosch? Yeah, the Bosch was really cool. That guy said Bosch was his favorite kind of like magic character kind of from a lore perspective. And I thought that was really cool. Really, really cool. I think I alluded to it in the Bosch video that I'd like, I don't know if I alluded to or not, but in the comments I think I said I would like share my whack version of it when I'm off stream or on stream. So for my Bosch, here was like the first version that ended up getting damaged. So I ended up just putting a whole bunch of like practice planets on trying different techniques to get those washes and stuff. But yeah, it ended up getting damaged, and unfortunately I couldn't salvage that. And then, you know, I redid it with this final product. But yeah, what happened is I base layered this with a acrylic Sharpie, which is really good for a lot of uses. But what happens with it, it's hard to get off. And I've talked to like another altarist who gave me the tip that if you use isopropyl alcohol, it'll come right off. But I didn't know that, so I was trying to get it off here with kind of my usual kind of toothpick method, and then it like poked a hole through the kind of the glossy finish of the card, and then sorry, and then some water got in there, and yeah, I can actually feel like the damage of it through the back of the card. So I just scrapped that one and moved on to the new one. But yeah, the Bosch is really cool. I'm a big Mirrodin stan. I really am. I think it's cool. I like artifacts. I like all the characters. It's kind of like the first time the Phyrexians were like really taking over a plane, right? And I feel like it had a lot of drama and just the vast transformation of the aesthetics of the plane. I always felt like it was really powerful, Mirrodin. And I like it when the plane does transform. I like all that like green, what's it called? The Mephidros, the green fog, Necrogen mist, the Necrogen mist. See if I can just darken that a little bit. This top one shouldn't be so dark though. You're saying oops about my messed up Bosch? Yeah. That's kind of a bummer, but you know, we rise from the ashes like a phoenix or something like that. I don't know. I didn't hear no bell, right? I didn't hear no bell. Just got up and made Bosch again. To hell with it. If I could go into like the Dragon Ball Z hyperbolic time chamber or whatever, I would just do like every card twice and then send out the better of the two. But unfortunately, I do not have that much time. Sorry, I'm going to mute myself for a moment. Alright, sorry about that. I had a frog in my throat or something. But I finally banished him. Hopefully, to the Shadow Realm. I just saw this like lovely like light pinky purple on my palette and I said, hey, I think that would actually go here very well. I think it does. Except I did the unfortunate covering up of this. This is like the little kind of like tricky stuff. When you keep trying to have like a nice line, but you accidentally go over another part. There we go. Zendikar is my #1 set. Just love the aspect of the land itself, just getting angry and taking care of invaders on its own. Dude, I like that too. That's cool. I think, you know, Zendikar and Mirrodin are kind of like very similar in that way, right? It's like, I think it's interesting to see how like other entities, other than just like your typical human entities, kind of solve the problem of like the Eldrazi or problems in general, right? Because like we more or less know that like a vampire is going to solve the Eldrazi problem similar to a human, right? Um, and so on and so forth. But seeing how like the inhabitants of Mirrodin solve the problem, or Zendikar, it's kind of interesting. It's different. Okay. Unfortunately, I think I'm going to need to make like a dark line here that's showing the curve of this fabric. No, I'm trying not to do those. Not trying to like. We don't have any black outlining anywhere else, but I'm going to shade down from that black line. So, but I do want it kind of there to help point out this is like a fold in the fabric. Man. The good news is that when I do Omnath, I'm going to have fresh brushes, because these ones are at the very end of their life. That was another thing I was considering. Because there's just some cards and some effects that are actually not so bad with older brushes, right? Like this one has like a lot of clouds and stuff. Older brushes, they eat that up. They do alright. But that Omnath, I'm going to need some really clean, fresh brushes for that. So that was another thing I was considering. And then I think, what do I work? I think I have always such weird days of the week off working like retail. I think I have Wednesday, Thursday off. So there is a good chance I'd be able to get it out before the end of the week here. Well. Okay, that was the easy part, I think. I think the next part is going to be trickier. I'm going to be painting a bunch of thralls kind of like emerging from this box here. I think I want to give it one more layer of white though. Because I can still see through stuff, and it'll just be such a pain if I can see through stuff at the end when I've mostly got everything blocked in. I'm just gonna try to dry brush this. I'm kind of in between a dry brush and just painting. I didn't wet this paint at all. My goal is just for it to like fill in any like cracks, any like micro little bits in the texture. So yeah, this part is going to be really interesting. I do have kind of a sketch that I already did. I'm going to try to carbon transfer it over just to save myself sketching with paint. It's not really the easiest way to sketch things out. And since I'm working with kind of like limited space I can use, I need to more or less get it right. Alright, I need just a moment because I have no idea where I put my sketch. Foo fighting, I'll be off though. Let me know if you want me to draw a better layout of what my plan was. The last one was very messy. It got the vibes across. I'll be able to work from there. For sure, I'll be able to like send something off and then we can just see if that's kind of what we're looking at. But I'll like block things in like kind of like chunkily at first. That's how I always do it, is I just block things in and then I refine it as I go. So I'll kind of block things in and then send off a picture and we'll see how that looks. If for some reason I get like, I finish this card up like at a decent hour, I have to wake up for 5 a.m. tomorrow. If I finish this card at a decent hour, I might even start on that today. We'll see. But yeah, you'll be hearing from me like really shortly, really early this week, and we'll get the ball rolling on that one. Alright, otherwise I was saying I did my sketch for this morning, last night. It should be on my big sticky pad. Now where is that? Oh wait, here we go. Whoa. Big reach around my whole setup. Let's see. Ah, here we go. Here's my Thrull sketch. It looks really messy right now, but give me a second. Alright, the plan is to have like more or less this mass of thralls coming out of the text box. So we've got the Rakdos Ick-Spitter. This is the Thrall Champion. That's of course, oh, what is that? I played this one, Blood Pet in Pauper. This is just one of the Ravnica thralls that have like the gold mask on. And then this is one of the flying thralls. So I think this one is, what is it, Exumer Thrall? I have it pulled up for reference. Morning Thrall. But it's kind of similar to, like, what is it, like King's Pet Thrall or something? Anyways, this is the sketch I'm working off. It's pretty loose, it's not super precise. Like I said, it's just about getting some shapes down, and then from there we'll fix all those up. Yeah, Foo Fighting, I'm pretty sure you're gone by now, but yeah, most people don't even give me a sketch, so I can work off any kind of sketch, that's fine. As long as I can come to an understanding of what we're looking to make happen, which I think I understand where we're at with that. Alright, so this is kind of my vision, right? This actually works out because this card was like, had a really strong kind of like misalignment with the printing, where this left edge is like way bigger. But like I said, I kind of worked with that with my sketch by having this big wing over here. However, I'm going to have to change it up a little bit because there's no way the hand would be in front of the wing, right? So maybe just one hand and then wing. But yeah, the actual box itself is like this. So before I start sketching that on there, okay, this guy's head is gonna fit, that's fine. Blood Pet right in the center is so, it's really cool, I think. Not to flex too hard, but I think it's pretty cool. This tongue will kind of go off the side of the card. This wing is like right there. That's good. The ink spitters, the ick spitter, I keep saying ink spitter, like we're playing Splatoon or something. feel like I made it just a little too long here. Okay. So this is like more or less the goal of the card, is all this, these monstrosities popping out of it. I'm just gonna go clear my throat a little bit. I don't know why it's so full of gunk. I might make myself a tea. That'll probably help out. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I made myself a tea because I got this little lump in my throat. I think it's just from yapping too much on stream here. But anyways, made myself a tea. Hopefully that helps a bit. And I'm going to do a carbon transfer. Do I think my sketch is perfect? No. But do I think it'll do a decent enough job that I can start putting the shapes in there? Yes, I do believe so. So that's the plan. So let me see what I have for my transfer paper. Okay. Let me see. Alrighty. Here I've got some transfer paper. And I'm just going to cut off a section. I clearly don't need the whole thing here. So I have some like pretty chill news, but when it comes to being like fully partnered up for YouTube, the two biggest requirements to hit for like full partnership is 1,000 watch hours. No, sorry, 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 long form watch hours, or get this, 10 million shorts views within a 3-month span. Isn't that crazy? You have to get 10 million shorts views within 3 months to get like fully partnered on YouTube. That's absolutely wild. I don't got the virality like that. But anyways, the more achievable option for me is 4,000 watch hours within the span of a year. I'm actually really close to hitting that. At this point, I am about I think 29 watch hours away from hitting full YouTube monetization, which is pretty cool. I don't really plan on like running, you know, additional ads on my things. I presume YouTube already runs ads on things, so I don't plan on running any more ads or trying to like make a quick buck off it. But it's just like a fun milestone that I certainly wasn't expecting to hit. I thought maybe within a year I could get 1,000 subscribers, but I kind of like doubled that in half the amount of time I was expecting, which was really cool. Alright. So this is going to be a little bit tricky, because I don't want to get, I can't stick the tape on any place I've painted, or the tape will peel up the paint. Okay. So I'm thinking I line it up to this corner here, right? And then I check this corner and I line it up to that corner. And then, oopsies. Having big bulky hands isn't always what it's cracked up to be. I don't know what the benefits are supposed to be, but I mostly experience the drawback when I'm trying to be artsy. Okay, I feel like I want to slide this into here. Maybe I just unhook this left side for a moment. You can tell I didn't really plan this through, right? And this doesn't have to be exactly in place. It just has to cover all the places I want graphite or transfer to be. Okay. And I'm going to trim it up a little bit. Oh God. This is not the finest showing. And okay, the whole thing has come off. Great. Alright. You know what they say? What is it? Like 2 ounces of prevention is worth 1 ounce of cure or something? The other way around, I think. Meaning, you know, the whole measure twice, cut once thing. And the problem is I have measured 0. That is what the problem is here. There we go. There we go. There we go. And this is kind of nice. The carbon paper is in the way, so I can actually stick here. And I'm not going to peel off the paint off the card. All right. We got there. All right. Now we have, what is it? This handy dandy tool? Yeah, I think so. I think this is the smallest one. Now we just kind of go over our lines gently, so we don't kind of chip the paint underneath. And I don't even feel bad tracing because I drew this, so you shouldn't feel bad tracing anyway. It's tough out here for people doing art. Give them some slack. If they want to trace, let them trace. Probably make like 100 original things for every one thing you trace, right? Give them some slack. And like I said, I drew this. I'm allowed to trace what I drew. Ah, Radiant Art. Hola, I recently discovered you, adore what you make, and want to make and try the same on your cards as well. Give it a go. Look, you have art in your YouTube name, which means you have experience doing art, correct? Just 6 months ago, I hadn't done any drawing, any painting, any sketching, anything for, you know, probably like 12 years was the last time I sat down and did any painting or drawing or sketching, right? I'm sure just looking at this kind of rough sketch I have on top of my card now, I'm pretty sure there's a good chance you could probably sketch better than this, right? So, give it a go. I'm sure you'll do fine. If you have any questions about it, just throw them up in the chat and I'll let you know. At least, you know, I might not know everything, but I know what I've tried and what I've learned. So any questions at all, throw them in the chat and give it a go. I'm sure you'll do amazing work. I've seen so many artists flourish in this space, it's crazy. Everyone has something unique to bring, and it's really awesome seeing what people are bringing. So I believe in you. I know you can do it. I can guarantee you can probably do it just as good or better than me with just a little bit of practice. Because like I said, I do not have a strong art background. Nor do I think I am a natural talent, a savant. I think I'm pretty mid when it comes to art. My greatest superpower is that I'm just willing to try and put in the time. And that I'm stubborn as heck. When it comes to color matching, I don't have like a big wealth of color theory, but I do have very stubborn attitude that will usually help me get there. I don't even remember what the heck this stuff was, so maybe I won't paint that for now. I think I'm just gonna kind of like get the shape of this, because these details aren't quite right either. And then as I'm painting, I'll figure out the details. One second. This Rakdos X bitter is clearly the most kind of intricate of these thralls. Alright, time for the big reveal. Nah, sketch or sketch, don't need to be the Mona Lisa. Trust me, this is like the best sketch I can do. This is my Mona Lisa. Oh, okay. Alright, we've got something to work with here. Now, not everything came across lovely dovely, but that's okay. I've got my reference material right here. Now this one kind of looks like Bellsprout. It's kind of funny. Oh yeah, I forgot I want to set up a new palette. This one it's all used up. Okay. Give me 1 second. I'm going to just cut a new piece of... Oh wait, I got a piece of paper here. This is just super cheap parchment paper. But I do need to soak it in water for a minute, or it's gonna get all crinkly and no good. Alright, 1 moment. Okay, I have my next piece of paper for my wet palette, kind of soaking in the sink. So I need that to soak to set that up. What can I do before I get to that? I can do another wash on this helmet in the foreground. It's still kind of sticking out a little too much. Darken that up a little bit. There we go. And then I can start just kind of basing in where I'm going to go on to this, because the first layer never paints really nicely. And the nice thing about thralls is they actually don't have to look like anything. They're just crazy goblin creatures. Now, I did plan these ones out In the center, we should have the. I'll just use this because it's more clear. Should have the blood pet. That's a black thrall. And then this is Thrall Champion. This is Rakdos Ixbitter. This is just a generic one of the Ravnica thralls that have the kind of golden mask on. And then what is this one? Morning Thrall? Exumer Thrall? What is it called? Yeah, Morning Thrall. So this one is like one of the winged thralls here. Okay. So I'm just gonna kind of anything that's kind of going up onto the box here. I'm just gonna paint. Okay, the Ixbitter. Eyeball 1, eyeball 2, eyeball 3, I'm supposing. And then how close is the kind of like this? Is its mouth? Okay. This is a really fun little project. It's kind of funny when you're in the middle of like painting something and you're like, I can't wait till it's done. And it's like, oh wait, I have to make that happen. I have to make that happen. And I have to like continue like really doing a good job if I want to actually look good when it's done. It's always such a funny realization to make in the middle of painting. Okay, and this, what is this line? One claw, and then, oh, this is its jaw. So I can't really see my sketch very well, but that's fine. Do we really need the sketch? This is its funny head circle. Wow, look at that circle. This is a pretty good freehand circle. Then it's kind of got this mouth like this. And it doesn't actually have the line down the center of it, like in the original art, but I kind of like it, frankly. So I'm gonna put it there anyway. Oh, Crispy P. Hey, I've been lurking for a few hours, but I didn't have my phone to comment. It's looking incredible. Must be getting kind of late for you, Crispy P. Yeah, this has been a fun project. This one is going to have like a lot of personality to it. Like even just the extension on the Layla was like fun, but like now we're getting into like the crazy portion. A little bit of jaw coming through there. You know what? I think I'm going to just block in the tongue in color here. And like I said, I like to paint a bunch of thralls because even if I draw the worst anatomy known to humankind, you'd be like, yeah, that looks right for a thrall. It's like cheating. It can just be whatever, frankly. That's a thrall, baby. Okay. block out my blood pet's nostril here. This is probably my favorite Thrall. I know it's like cheating because it's like actually used in really strong decks, but I mean, anybody who knows I love to sacrifice my own dudes, so its effect could be like sacrifice and give like one of your creatures +1/+2 or something. I probably still like it, so don't at me. Sheesh. It's 22:34, aka 10:34, 30 degrees, melting. Honestly, this is whack. My perception is getting screwed up. Cause like in Canada, we're like, oh yeah, I would love to go move to the UK where it's always like rainy and like chilly. Hearing that gets the 30 degrees there, I'm like, oh gosh. Is nowhere safe from this global warming? Is nowhere safe? Yeah, I just had this like fantasy realm where there was like this place I could go where it would like not get above 20 degrees. Anything above 20, I'm like, oh yeah. This is unnecessary. For me. Some people love it. Not me. I like it cold. Actually, like at work, I work in like a lot of like coolers. As I'll just like stand in the freezer, and most people like leave the door open so the fans stop running. It doesn't like freeze them to death, but I'll just like chill in there with the door closed. Oh, this side is like all tongue, eh? And this side's shooting stuff. Okay. Either way, I'll just stand in the cooler like the fan running and count the inventory. It's nice. I like to be cool. Last week heating on, this week it's getting up to 33. Dude, your weather sounds like pretty similar to Edmonton. It's like rain, snow, then boom, 35 degrees, what up? This might be a little bit too much tongue. Might be a little too much tongue. I think I want to have the mask like kind of just overlapping the box, right? Just breaking the box a little bit. Not breaking it, just overlapping it. And this creature has another claw on top of here. I'm going to avoid covering up our OG artist name. Like I feel like I could even draw like fingers backwards, and for thralls it wouldn't matter. Like, yeah, that's a thrall, baby. Whoever stitched this one together stitched his finger on backwards. That happens. Most any time I have to like add additional figures, I'm sweating bullets, but these thralls, I was like, yeah, sure, why not? Even goblins have like a canonical like shape. They have to make sense to some degree. These guys, nope. Rakdos ick spitter just like shoots some ick out. Real ick, real sick. Only Canadians will get that one. Alright. Once again, I don't want to cover our artist name, so I'll get really close to it, but I'm not going to cover it up. That's another reason I like doing these old board cards, because it's so easy to leave the artist name. Sometimes I'll get some criticism about covering the artist name, and I'm like, well, it's not like I'm really trying to, it's just the fact that, you know, please do an alter and try floating the little artist text for me, and see if you want to do it every time you pick up your brushes. I think you'll quickly discover that alters have no malice towards the original artist. I love the original Magic artist, but I don't love floating text on every single alter I do, especially tiny text. So I'm actually gonna just float this text over the ink spitter's head, because I want these frills in there too badly to let it go. And then this one was a weird one. This one is that like 3-headed. So its heads have to like point this way. I had them point the wrong way for how it's gonna like make sense in the scene. And this one has like 4 arms. Not sure I'll be able to fit all that in, but I can definitely fit this arm in. Kind of squishing our blood pet's head as it's trying to get out here. Alright, I know it doesn't look like a lot right now, but just give it a little bit more time. We'll get it all sorted. Now, kind of my picking process was I was trying to get ones that were all different colors as well. All these thralls are in the deck that I am making this for. Oh, shoot, I just closed one of my thralls. Which one was that? It's the morning thrall. Give me a second. I'm pulling up all my thralls as reference here. But yeah, I tried to pick like ones that were different colors and different textures, so it wasn't so easy to confuse them. Okay. So I think with the blood pet, I'm going to give him kind of a grayish green undertone and then do blue on top of that. I think by now I can go get my other palette paper, because this one is cooked. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Bada bing. Then this is just a keycap puller that I use to kind of tuck it in. It works pretty well. Can't put my hand on it so I don't accidentally untuck the other side when I'm tucking in this side. Just like that. Then I can use the prongy bit to get out my air bubbles. Because you want no air bubbles, that way the moisture of the sponge or whatever material you have there is actually transferring into the paper. That's what makes it a wet palette. And keeps your paints from drying out. Lovely. Just like that. Okie dokie. Let me see here. Figure out where I'm going to start. This is going to be a really chaotic scene here. I don't think I've ever painted something this kind of kooky. I'm literally just getting the colors for the inside of the blood thrall's, what is it called? The blood pet thrall's mouth. I think I'll just add the teeth on top after. Instead of trying to avoid these little triangle spaces. Would you look at that? I was thinking of the frickin' Joker. Now I always have a smile on my face. You wanna know how I got these teeth? Chomp chomp. Chomp chomp. Just gonna start with like loosely blocking in all these colors because there's a lot going on here. And once I can actually see what I'm looking at, it will go a lot smoothly. A lot more smoothly. Could just add a little bit of white to this, I think. This is going to be our kind of blocked in blood pet underbelly tone. Including nose, it would seem. I'm just going to cover up the nostrils too. I'll add those in later. Okay. And then I think this will go to like about here. Well, I just think the blood pet is like the cutest Thrull. Which is weird to say any of them are cute, but he's just like a big froggy guy. The least horrifying, perhaps, would be the right way to say it. So I wanted to put him right front and center. He also looks like the type that'd be like squishing the other ones too. Just kind of like absent-mindedly taking up a bunch of space. Andrew Wilson says, howdy good sir. We've got a lot of howdies in the chat today. A little inside baseball is like, a lot of my commissions have come from Texas. I've done like, I don't know, people in Texas like their cards, man. I've done like 4, 5, maybe 6 cards from Texas. And Florida is really big. I've gotten a lot of orders from Florida. And then Washington. Those would be my 3 biggest kind of like states that I get orders from. Boom, ding, ding. Ding, ding, ding. But anyways, that's my long answer way of saying hello. Oh my goodness, these golden caps are really something else. Okay, I'm gonna go big blue. Then we're gonna desaturate it. This white. And we're gonna darken it back up with this black. It's kind of a our base tone for the blood pet. I was going to give him an undertone, but we'll figure that out later. We'll dot it in or something. Just going to dab to give him that like craggy texture that he has. You have inspired me to try altering cards. Good. Good, good, good. Let's see it. Find a way to like email me or send me your first one. Actually, do you want an invite to a Discord server full of Alterists? I can send that if you'd like. It's just for Alterists though. No non-Alterists. Hey, wait a minute. This is looking cool as hell already. You're gonna try Howling Golem? Dude, Howling Golem? That's sick. Howling Golem. You play like Precursor Golem, right? I presume. You play Howling Golem, you attack and you draw like 1,000,000 cards. Is that the game plan? Howling Golem, everyone attacks. Or everyone draws. So you like deck everybody out. parents came to visit today and I showed them the 2 altars I bought. My mom is a professional artist and she was super impressed. At 55, she decided to give it a go herself. Damn. You know, it's always crazy on like the altered subreddit or something where it's like, my mom did her first altar and it's like, holy shit. Your mom's a freaking savant, dude. I'm sure your mom will do some crazy stuff too. That's awesome. That's awesome. It's so cool that like just painting on some cards can like inspire people, and you know, seeing them can like get people to try new things and stuff like that. It's just so awesome, frankly. So this is like your typical Ravnica Thrall. They kind of have the gray skin, right? Yeah, they're kind of gray skin, gold mask. Oh, man, I made such a nice gold earlier. And then I covered it with like a bunch of layers of like dark wash. But this was like a beautiful gold earlier, that helmet. Like I didn't even know I could like mix a gold like that with just kind of paints. Like I knew you could get there by like dry brushing different layers, but let's see if we can make lightning strike twice and get another sick ass gold here. It's basically just yellow, this brown, and then a little bit of red. Maybe some black too. See if we can get this crimson in here. Radiant Art, who are you envying? Don't envy me. Like I said, I'm sure you could, you know, pick up your brushes and you could be where I'm at in no time. Do not envy me. I guarantee you could do this. Do not get in your own head about it. Like I said, this isn't like a quick sketch. This is like the best sketch I can do, frankly. So, if you can sketch better than that, then you've already got me beat. You just need to, you know, put your time in with the brushes and do a little bit of practice, and you can be there in no time. Crispy P says she does a lot of wildlife art, so I think she likes the idea of doing rabbit tokens and Bloomborough style critters. Heck yeah. You know, I really want to do like all the cards that you can play any number of in your deck. I really want to do like a kind of like a proxy of them, but you know, avoid infringing on Magic IP in any way. Kind of like how the one doctor, there's like a one Altruist who does like Dr. Seuss cards, and he like rewrites the text in like kind of like a Dr. Seuss way, and by doing that he like completely, I don't know if it's he or she, sorry, I'm making a presumption, they get around like any copyright and stuff like that. So I kind of want to make a series for all the cards that's like you can play any number of these in your deck, and one of them of course is Heir Apparent that has the rabbit creature tokens as well. So that's my long form way of saying me too, bro. To your mom, me too. I as well want to paint a rabbit. It's like, before I start doing this, it's like the only thing I had like any ability of like actually drawing well was birds. I don't know why. I guess it's just I see them a lot. Kind of been over that. I can't really envision stuff in my head very well. But I've seen so many birds in my life that I'm like, yeah, I know what a bird looks like. Andrew Olson says, yes, I have a golem deck. It's my bling deck. Serialized lodestone, precursor, and sundering. Artist signed Glimmer Void in the boss you painted as my highlights and favorites. Hell yeah. That's so cool. I like golems. Golems are cool. If you run, like, it's always kind of like a cop-out in a way, right? Not always, but in a way to run like changelings in your like thematic deck, right? But I feel like with golems, there's certain changelings that are like robots that are actually, you know, a good flavor fit as well. Like a Barkform Harvester. Kind of just like a robo bunny, right? But I could see that being in the deck. Unless, of course, you're just like a super purist with your changeling and be like, nah, it doesn't say changeling. To hell with it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm running into shape issues with this mask thing. I think it's too big. Let me draw the other stuff around it, then it might make sense. Dang Dad's still in here? Hell yeah. You're in a match? What are you playing? Arena? You in arena? And Crispy P loves how serious the heir apparent tokens are. Or the little guys in the ropes. Not the tokens, but the actual guys on the cards. As like a Pauper EDH fan, I love heir apparent. 30 heir apparents is a deck, frankly. It's a scary deck. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, this might be a little too dark on the gray, but we'll figure it out. Tabletop with Princess Snow, your wife and co-host of the channel. Heck yeah. Keep it in the family, my dude. Now, my partner, I don't think I'll ever get her to play Magic. I'm not trying to get her actively to play or anything. Whenever we play anything, she says I take too long thinking. And I feel like I don't take that long thinking. But I like to play things like with strategy where you have to think. It's always been like a thing with me and my family. I always want to play like some strategy game and they're happy playing Uno. Just fine. Uno all you want, but if you don't want to play my strategy game with me, then you can't be upset when I don't want to play your Uno with you. That's the way I see it. Alrighty. Chainer to the table? Dang. You got a different type of show going on. Freaking me out, my dude. How do I reverse swat someone? How does the streamer swat the viewer? Just kidding, obviously. Interesting. Okay, I don't really want to like use black outlines, but I'm going to just to block things off. Okay. And I feel like this isn't his head for sure. This is just like arm or something. Not the claw, that's obviously claw, but kind of the other gray stuff going on in there. What kind of paints do you recommend for cards? You can use like any form of acrylic really. So I use heavy body acrylic. It's the one that comes in the tubes, right? And it works really good when you're making clouds and stuff like that. But when you're making really sharp lines, the people who I see do like the most crazy stuff are using the I should just move that off the card. The fluid acrylic, right? So that's the one that comes in tubes like this, right? And then also you can use like the Warhammer paints, right? The model paints. Those are basically just a really, really dense pigment acrylic, which is good. That's exactly what you want. You want kind of like as dense as you can get, because that just means you have to put on less paint to get the same results. And when you're trying to paint as thin as possible, that's exactly what you want. You don't want to put on too much paint. But basically, it's just different variations of acrylics, and then you're looking for like artist quality, right? So typically at shops, it'll be like hobby quality or this quality. Just get artist quality. If you kind of don't have the funds for it, you can paint with, you know, dollar store paints. You just might have to kind of like lower your own expectations of the results, right? And you can do good stuff with dollar store paints as well. It's just if you want to do color matching, that's where it's going to be kind of a struggle. But yeah, probably like the first 5 or 6 cards I painted, I did just with dollar store paints or very, very cheap paints, right? Like 15 bucks for, let me see, I think I have them over here. Try not to mess up my whole desk. Yeah, so I have no idea what brand. Winsor & Newton. Actually, I think that's a decent brand. But I think you just get like a little tiny amount of them in these. But yeah, look for artist quality if you can get it. If not, then, you know, just start painting. That's what's really gonna matter at the end of the day. I have to pull up my reference for the Rakdos X spitter real quick. The colors. Okay, it's kind of got a base yellow with like flecklings of orange. Kilracing. Hey, how often would you use an airbrush for base coating? Is it worth over layering up paint? I've never used an airbrush for base coating. I don't own an airbrush. If it works, then I would use it whenever it felt like a good idea, right? Let's see, for base coating, airbrush, you could kind of just like put something down, like a card to block your edges that you want to keep, right? And then you airbrush. So I feel like if I had an airbrush accessible to me, I'd probably use it a decent amount. But like I said, I don't have an airbrush accessible to me at the moment. Here I go, floating text again. So this Thrull I'm painting now, this is going to be the Rakdos ink spitter. Also, how much would you recommend a wet palette? A plain one is killing me in the summer, it dries up so fast. A wet palette is basically like, it's like 100% you need one, in my opinion. I've seen people do without a wet palette and paint far better than I, but I mean, for quality of life, I would recommend a wet palette. Oh, Killer Asen sent $10, and I think they're called super chats, right? To put towards what is it called? A spray gun? An air sprayer? Why am I blanking on basic ass? Either way, thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, pretty much all of my commissions and stuff at this point, they just end up towards more art supplies. So an airbrush is definitely on my airbrush, right? It's definitely something I want to get because it makes the fades. It makes such beautiful fades. And like, I'm not presuming that I just get a new tool and instantly life is easy. I'm sure it's still got like a steep learning curve and stuff, but yeah, it's been something I've been willing to look into for some time now. Yeah, that would be really awesome. I have tried like these here. I'll show you. So I already did it a couple times on this card, but this is like a acrylic paint marker. Oop, that's the black one. Where's my white one? So yeah, this is like a acrylic Sharpie, but it's just full of paint, and you can kind of lay down like a pretty decent base with this. So I think I actually want to like look through my One Piece cards and find something with a big like speech box, and then I can put my little like going on break back in 5 minutes in the speech box after I white it out. But these things are quite good for basing, right? A few layers of that and all your little border lines and stuff are gone, right? This was very thick, like black text. And you know, 2 layers and that thick black text is almost gone. So 2 layers pretty much nukes any borders that are on Magic cards. You inherited a couple airbrushes? That's so cool. I wish that like someone in my family did some form of art, but it's just me, and I'm like the black sheep of the family. Sometimes they'll be like, "Oh, your uncle used to paint." I'm like, "Oh, okay." And, well, that's all. Oh, okay. But yeah, if I like if I even like make an acquaintance with someone who's like willing to lend me their airbrush system, I would 100% try it out. Like, I'm all about trying out new things. Um, and a lot of the stuff where I'm just testing things out, I don't even like make a video or anything like that because I'm just trying to find different ways and new ways of doing things. And I'm always kind of doing that in secret, in my secret laboratory. A lot of our family paints. I learned to tattoo from my mom, so I've always loved art. Dude, that's so awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, like pretty much everyone in my family like is just like millwrights or not engineers, but like mechanics, very fixed focused people, right? So I've always been pretty good at like fixing and taking stuff apart and putting it back together, but you know, whenever it came to art, I never really had anyone to learn from. And I grew up in a very kind of like rural small town, so I used to draw incessantly as a kid, but just because I had like no one to learn from or emulate, or even like access to information was pretty tricky for me back then when I was young. I never got in deep as I could have, right? And sometimes I feel a little bit of sadness. That's like I wish I could have really given it more of my all and stuff like that. But I mean, if you're still on the planet, you still have time to do that stuff, right? You can't mourn about the past. Careless said they saw the Reliquary Tower short and it was amazing. Thank you. I had a lot of fun with that one. I can see myself painting a lot more cards in that style. If anyone's here and they didn't see that short, I'll just pull out the Reliquary Tower I did. I finished this up just last night and I uploaded it. This is the Reliquary Tower, and what I really like is just leaving just the text box. It really makes it feel like an old school Magic card, right? All the traces of kind of the modern frame are completely gone, and for some reason to me it just feels more old school that way. So I can definitely see myself doing more cards like this in the future. And yeah, it's no coincidence that I'm doing like a, you know, an old border card today either. I know it's not like originally printed in old border, but I like the old school aesthetics of Magic. I really do. Yeah, the blues were so tricky. It was one of those cards where I'm like, oh heck yeah, this is gonna be easy. But my god, I don't know how it was originally painted, whether it was, you know, physical or digital, but they had some sort of sorcery, some sort of magic over the blues that I can't comprehend. I did my best to emulate. I had to paint into them a little bit, but yeah, that card was nuts as far as just blues go. Yeah, it is a lot more work because it's just like whenever you're adding more space that you're going to paint, it just increases the workload. But I mean, I guess you can't argue with the results, right? If it looks good, then I'd rather do extra work and make it look good. That's the thing I found with like altering is there's no like, if you want to achieve like eyeballs, right? Like on your shorts. There's no replacement for just making the card look as good as you can, right? My older shorts is I did a lot of editing and sound effects, and like I try to make like a whole story. Like I altered Aragorn the Uniter, and I put the sound effects of like horses like um, running, and I put in water sound effects, and for my necrotic ooze I put in like this dripping sound effect, and just different things to try to make it more interesting and capture attention. But there really is no replacement for just doing the best art you can. And I find that really nice, right? It just means like, hey, I don't have to worry about editing and, you know, making some clickbait title. If the art is good, then people will watch it, right? So that's pretty chill. But yeah, like if usually I would like leave the box, it's like this much extra on like all sides. I mean, the newer frame isn't as thick, but yeah, it's like a decent extra amount to paint. And then the biggest thing is floating all the text, right? I would like to do it with cards that have a short amount of text. And it's really easy with land, because land is so short, but if I had to float like legendary creature, human, warrior, that'd be a huge pain in the butt, and I probably wouldn't want to do it as readily. Alright, my kind of like a retinue of thralls is coming together here. This next one is going to be the tricky one. But I just gotta pull up my little thing to see what colors he is. Okay, he is like a weird teal color, this next one. This is Thrall Champion. Well, one thing I'm good at is accidentally making teal when I try to make green, so watch me make the deepest forest green you've ever seen now. Alright, teal should be pretty simple, just the cyan plus yellow, a little bit of white. So Killer, do you like actively tattoo as like a career path now? But that's sorry, I'm like going back in the chat. Killer Raisin said like, that sounds great. I spent a lot of time in my bedroom drawing when I was younger, TBH, to be honest. Wasn't much of a socialite, same. I'm glad you kept up with painting. But that's the thing, I didn't really keep up with painting. I just started painting like 6 months ago when I started making videos and stuff. I was on injury leave from work, and you know, I didn't have much to do, so I started altering cards and painting. This needs more blue than green in it. This is weird, I'm like color matching to my computer monitor. Holding up my brush to the computer. Alright, this will be... I think I just want to really lighten it up. It's funny because all these cards I'm using as reference all have like drastically different kind of art styles. So I'm kind of just like, I guess once they're done, they'll all be painted however my quote-unquote amateur style is. But they'll be uniform at least. There is that. Man, this is such a weird creature. Whoa. I'm not sure why, but on my preview stream, it's so far behind. I'm just seeing the reliquary tower now. There's no way y'all are that far behind. Alright, I was making it like face outwards, but I think I'm gonna make it face like the rest of them are facing this way, so I think it'll help a lot if I just make it face that way with everyone else. Goofy ass looking thing. But yeah, if you haven't seen Thrall Champion, look it up, and then you'll understand why I don't even know where to start with this guy. I could have picked any other Thrall, but I had to make it so difficult on myself, didn't I? But he's the champ, he's got to be in there. The champ is here. Kind of just like slithering out, I guess. I was giving him an arm over here. That's gonna be like on top of Blood Pet's head. Well, what does his hand look like? Yeah, it's putting like 2 claws over here like this. Poor Blood Pet. Put this arm up a little bit more. Break the frame a little bit more. Give it a bit more drama. We don't like drama here, don't we? Personally, I don't, but I don't like interperson drama. But I like watching like a drama TV show or a play. Now this thing has 4 arms, but I have no idea where I'm going to put the other ones. And just have something coming off there. Maybe I can have an arm over here. Like I said, it doesn't have to really fit our known anatomy so much. It's a nice thing about Thralls. Something like that. I watched the movie Obsession on Friday night. Has anyone seen that? Gosh, that movie was wild, dude. It was kind of terrifying. Okay, I need just a little. Let's put that back. I don't need that anymore. I just need a little bit of break in this fingies. So we don't look like we're making a OK symbol there. And I want this to be just like jam-packed with Thrull, so no background in here. I ain't painting no background, you hear me? All Thrull all the time. I ain't painting no stinking background. Not that I'm afraid of painting the background, I just don't want to. Right? That simple. Boom, boom, boom. This is such a silly card, but in a really fun way, frankly. I'm having a good time with this one. I feel like the goal is so ambitious, we simply can't expect a masterpiece. And the fact that Thralls are just like this amorphous kind of like composition. It's like I don't need it to look like a perfect anatomy or anything like that. It really takes the pressure off. That's why I thought this would be a good card to do on stream. It's like, what do you mean this flesh golem doesn't look right? What do you mean, right? These things are anything and everything. What do the eye holes look like for these masks? Okay, yeah, I see. The eye holes are kind of just like horizontal, kind of like that. That's the eye hole. Okay, so now it's kind of positioned this way. So I think I need to completely scrap the positioning on that tongue and put it like over here more. But yeah, this is why I like just basing in really thin acrylic, because look at how easy that comes off, right? I don't know, that tongue has been there probably like half an hour. And just like lackadaisical kind of brushing with the Q-tip and it's gone, or the toothpick. Sorry, not Q-tip, toothpick. But yeah, we're gonna point the tongue over the other direction more. Now for this part down here, I painted on this isn't the original kind of like black cardstock anymore. This is kind of a mixture of black and brown dark paint, but it's been on there for a while that I should be able to just get this top layer of white off without peeling all my paint. Now it's hard to tell because it's black anyway, but I'll be able to tell if it's reflective or not after this liquid dries. Okay, so which brush was I using? Uh-oh. Oh, here we are. Alright, let's make the tongue go this way. That'll make more sense. Alright. I feel like I've watched a lot of horror movies recently, which is also helping me just like tap into that for these weird amalgamation thralls. And then when I'm doing stuff on like on the card layer, I really like it. It's my favorite part of doing these little effects because it's almost like you can just like sculpt out the shapes you want. You put down some paint and then you can kind of just sculpt it with your toothpicks here. Why does this guy get his tongue out? I don't know. It's a thrall thing, man. They just be doing that. Don't ask me, I'm not a thrall. I pinky promise that I'm not a thrall. Okay, got this nice fuchsia color over here. There we go. Needs some work, but we'll work on it. We'll get there. Just gonna kind of fill in these gaps with kind of the big old blood pet. I'll bulk his color out a little bit. And I need to lighten this thrall up a little bit because unfortunately I put both the gray thralls beside each other because I wasn't thinking that well. Unfortunately. So this is like a dark gray though, so at least it's different. Well, it's almost like a black. It's almost like this part of it is shiny and the rest is all leathery. Okay. It's almost got a little bit of a greenish tinge to it though. We can work with that. It's crazy how behind my preview screen is. Just give me a moment. I'm flipping around to see what's going on here. I don't know. I think I just have to presume it's working right for y'all. Because right now it looks crazy far behind. So this Thrull has kind of like a metal head almost, it looks like. And I'm going to give it like a bit of a green tint so that it isn't blending in with my other Thrull too much. Artistic liberty, you may call it. Here we go. Yeah, that'll help a lot so it doesn't blend in. And it's got this big circle on its head. I think I'm going to color that in like a little pale yellow and almost make it like it's glowing a little bit. But first I'll do his jaw. I guess it's if its head is in front, this has to be covered with whatever, right? It's not like a skeleton head, so I guess for now I'll just fill this in with white. It's gonna be teeth or whatever, and then all the other parts that are mouth. And I'm just kind of like going all over the place because I don't want to wait for my paints to dry too much. And I'm just kind of blocking color in at the moment. It does not have to be perfect at all. I'm just getting it so I understand what shapes I'm working with and what I need to change to make it make sense. Right, these hands got to change a lot before they make sense as hands. Stuff like that. But then we're going to have kind of like a strong line here dividing this up. It's not going to stay a line though. Original art doesn't have any black outline, so neither will this, but just so it's in there for now. Let's get a little bit of orange on this tongue. Alright, by now we should be able to add more of this green. Would you look at that? What's going on? Dang. Big truck going by outside. It's actually like moving my stream camera. Sorry if there's a bit of jiggling there. This time it wasn't my fault. This Thrull is like peak, like, I don't know, it's a Thrull. Don't ask me to make sense of it. Now in the picture it's not so green, but I might not settle upon this green either. I might be changing it up as we go. Let me see here. It almost looks like he's like in a sleeping bag. An old Thrull sleeping bag, eh? Now are the highlights darker? Not the highlights, but is the... Yeah, it goes darker. Kinda. Let's see how. Let's see how. We need to go darker than this to start with. This kind of creature is a weird one. I mean, they're all weird, but this one's particularly weird. I feel like I should make the wings the same green that's currently on display here. I don't know what it is. This Thrull is just making me laugh. His head kind of looks like Kermit or something. I don't know what it is. But it's really getting me. I don't know why. Why aren't attractions from Unfinity allowed in Pauper? I'm glad you asked, because I actually know the answer, and I'll sound smart. It's because you can't... It's because you need 10 attractions for an attraction deck, and I think there's only 9 at common. So technically you can't have enough attractions to make an attraction deck, since you need 10 of them. Bing. That would be why, my friend. Love it? Hate it? What would you rate it? Alright, I need to look at my little sketch here. Okay. So in my sketch, the wing comes up and then down. But we need the wing to not be in front of this claw. So the wing's going to come out like this. Oh, maybe I can cover up some of this mouth with the wing. Gorgeous. I don't even have to draw that ugly mouth so much. wing looks all messed up, but it is what it is. The wing should be... Oh, wait. The wing, this, if this is like, it should go like... Let's see if this makes more sense for the wing. Up like this. Into the mouth of that thrall. And kind of like that. And it's kind of bent backwards at the moment. Make it work. But you can run stickers in Pauper. So you can have your Unfinity fun, just not the whole shebang. Raisin says, my PC died. Sorry, it's looking great. No need to apologize. I'm just a guy. Sitting in his room, uploading stuff to the internet. Nothing special about me. Yeah, it's coming along. I mean, these thralls are going to need a lot of like little finicky work to look good. We'll see how much of it I decide to do on stream. Probably when my girlfriend comes home from her parents, I'll just pack her up. But that's probably going to be a few hours yet. Probably going to be about 3 more hours. So if all goes well, I should be able to finish this on stream. That doesn't always happen. So I think what I'm going to do with this thrall is I'm going to make like the bony bits of the wing the same color as his funny springy neck, and then I'll make the like leathery bits of the wing same color as his funny head. I think I'm going to put the green down first because the dark gray should be able to cover it better than vice versa. We're getting the cleaner lines. I do want these lines to be very thin. So I can kind of cut into them as well. Painting my green. I'm looking forward to sending pictures of this to the client because they seem like they're just like down with the process, so I feel like this is going to be a good matchup of my capabilities and their expectations. Sometimes I feel like I have like turned away commissions when I feel like people's expectations of my abilities are too much. There are some things that, like it or not, I simply cannot do yet. I need more experience, more time in the trenches. Probably shouldn't use pure black like this in here. But it's just a placeholder kind of thing. Plus this is going to end up being some teeth, I'm sure of it. Give me just a little more time, and I'll paint some Thrull teeth, baby. Give me just a little more time, and I'll paint some Thrull teeth. Doo-dee-dee, doo-doo-doo-dee. That's going on a lot thicker than I intended. This guy looks like that though. This is the morning Thrull, if anyone's wondering. Now I decided to kind of do a creative liberty and make his kind of like masky bit, head bit, a bit more green, just so he didn't match with this gray Thrull as much. But he does be looking like this. He looks like if you were wearing like a full length sock, but then you slouched it down to your ankle. That's what he looks like, weirdly enough. I think it's possible to draw a more crude comparison, but I'm not going there. I'm just going to go and kind of fill in some of these base colors a bit more where they dry out on my palette. They shouldn't because it's a wet palette, but I mean, given enough time, the water within the wet palette can dry out and then your paint can dry. It is quite a long time for that to happen, but it does happen eventually. I do feel a bit weird. This like weird teal one that I'm working on, it's the Thrull Champion, and it should have 4 arms, but I simply can't imagine where I can fit 4 arms at this point. So he has 2 arms at the moment. I keep laughing how it looks like Kermit, dude. Oh well. It's not Kermit, okay? Baby, our love will surely grow. And if his Kermit is looking real funny with his tongue sticking out like that. Has my computer given up on playing the RuneScape? Oh no, it's back. Probably just finished the whole dang playlist. I really hope the client doesn't think that like these kind of like cartoony ass figures are too clashing. I'm going to do my best to kind of realism them up as much as I can, but they all come from kind of different art styles, the original cards, and you know, some are more realistic than others. Long story short, I'll do what I can. We'll see what happens. I don't really care if I cover up my white lines, because I'm going to just go back and go over them anyways. I need to shrink them down. Too big at the moment. Weird creatures these thralls are. Weird indeed. Okay. Oh man, that's way too black. I will cover that up with something. It'll be fine. Let's get some more blood pit in here. Just kind of breaking up the space between these two gray guys. Blood pit fixes all. Praise him and his frogginess. There's a lot of wet going on right now. I'm just gonna cover my palette for a second and chip out my artist name. Oh gosh, it's so small. Yeah, this is much smaller than the frickin' than the name text. Normally I never do like this super tiny stuff live. Typically like my whole hand is in front of it and you can't see anything happening, so it's not very interesting most of the time. I also really hope I'm not in the shot. I'm looking mad greasy from just sitting in my pajamas painting all day. Hard to speak when you're so focused on the tiny letters. All right, for a single layer we are back. Let me see the color of this Rakdos ink spitter. So it's kind of, this one's kind of funny because this one has like black outlines, but I'm not gonna do that, I don't think. This one's kind of like pockmarked between like orange and yellow skin. I'm just going to put in some more orange for the time being. Get a nice flat color as my base to start with. Can't decide if I want to just kind of like keep chipping away at them or focus on one particular one until it's like perfect. I think that, you know, my usual way of doing things would be focus on one and then move to the next one. But I have a fear that I'll make one of them look way better than the other ones if I do that. I just like won't be able to like match it for the other ones. Interesting. I did put like multiple layers of paint down here. It shouldn't be acting like it has nothing to grab onto. And yet it is. Now the problem is that both yellow and red, so therefore orange as well, are not very opaque. So it will take a lot of layers to get rid of like this black line, for example. So I'm debating just adding some white for a few layers, just something really opaque so that it fills up faster. Otherwise this could be like a long haul situation. Let's see here. Do I have some white? I'm gonna make like a really gross color, but type of color that will cover that borderline a lot faster. Just because of the presence of all the white. Like I say, I typically don't try to put the colors I actually want there till after the borderline's already gone. Or else sometimes you get like too attached to how it already looks, but that border's still peeking through. And then you gotta make the hard decision. Do you think you can get away with the border squeaking through? Or do you redo it? What are we at as far as stream time? Let's see, I'm interested. Really even see it. I always lose where the heck it is. Oh, there it is. 5 hours, 33 minutes. Okay. The This is why if someone ever did kind of like criticize my pricing, I would not really be able to take them very seriously, because 5 hours, 33 minutes, this is probably going to be like an 8-hour project plus, I think, at this rate. So so we're definitely sub minimum wage category. But it's not about that. I just bring it up because it's funny. Like I said, if I could go into the hyperbolic time chamber and just spend 10 years painting cards for everybody, I'd do it. But we don't live in that world, fortunately. God, these letters are tiny, tiny, tiny. Whose idea was it to float this name? What a jackass. This artist, I'm just gonna say it, they could have had a shorter name. Maybe you drop the Anastasia and just go to Anna. Aniokova. That would get the point across, right? Okie dokie. And the funniest thing about getting down there and fixing all those is you know you're just going to go right back over top of them again. You know it's unavoidable. I think I want another spiny like this. Whoa, not like that. More like more like that, kind of. Let's just brush in some yellow. This being's skin is like kind of like mottled orange and yellow. So I'm just going to get like an undertone of yellow while I wait for other stuff to dry. I know it's fine. I say it's an undertone and I paint it like after 4 other layers, but trust me, if I painted it sooner, it'd be gone by now. And it all comes down to doing really tiny, thin layers. And I've just put this here so I don't think it'll... Oh no, it's kind of going. Not quite the way I wanted. Need to head to bed. Thanks for our stream. Looking forward to seeing the final card. Yeah, a lot of my like full art custom work for people I don't get really good footage of, but I actually got pretty decent footage of this one on my vertical on my phone. So there's definitely going to be a time lapse of this guy. So yeah, it'll just be a matter of time till I get that uploaded. Probably later this week. I'm just really hoping all these thralls end up looking really nice, because they're kind of the make or break factor here. The rest of the card looks good already, but this part looks too goofy. I don't know. We'll see. It's supposed to look somewhat goofy. Either way, have a good night. Enjoy kind of whatever kind of week you have ahead of you. I don't know if it's a typical kind of Monday to Friday 9 to 5 work week or what you got going on. But whatever it is, have a good one. Thanks for tuning in. Just gonna start really kind of bulking up my colors all over the place. So once I have a base color, then I can start shaping and molding these guys. And I also need my base colors to be like opaque and covering the crap up behind them. Or else, like I said, I don't want to put a bunch of work into something where the end result I'm just going to be able to accidentally see what's behind it. It's not a good place to be, frankly. Alrighty then. Let's kind of give the blood pet a little bit of that froggy goodness here. Oh yeah, that's really helping them fill in all that kind of yellow background, that white background I mean. Get that out of there. Yeehaw, cowboy. Okie dokie. Kind of desaturate this green. I think it's a little much at the moment. Let's see how this looks. Kind of more into gray territory, which is kind of where we want to be, frankly. I only made it kind of green so it stuck out from the other thrall. Stuck out, so it stood out. favorite so far, I think the Blood Pet looks really good. And then this Kermit looking one is the funniest one. And then this guy, he looks like a ghost from Scooby-Doo, which I'm super down with, but the brief is Thrull, not Scooby-Doo Ghost, so we'll need some tinkering with that. I think the Spitter has a lot of potential. Just needs to realize some of it here over a few layers. But right now it's all just about bulking the layers up and getting rid of this borderline. So I'm not really worried about how it looks at the moment. It's just part of the process at the moment. But slowly by slowly, we're whittling away at it. But yeah, I kind of like the Scooby-Doo ghost-looking guy. Even if it's not supposed to look like a Scooby-Doo ghost. Give it time. That one's gonna need some time to cook. Okay, let's get I don't know why he looks like that, but it's just the way he looks, okay? If you got a problem with the, what is this thrall called? The morning thrall? Take it up with someone else. I didn't create this sucker. I'm just transposing them. Okay, so let's try and make sense of this wing, okay? Here is our kind of our spiny bit on the wing. And here is our wing finger bone, as they are. Now this one's going to be a little out of sight, out of mind. Oh my goodness, my paints are drying. And another one over here. This guy has like a broken arm or something. Not looking good for my main man, Kermit Thrall, aka Morning Thrall. Okay. Erase this essentially. Give him that crooked arm vibe. I can kind of cover this bit of the wing in here as well. And then there's a little bit here on the card part that I can easily erase with a toothpick. There we go. Like that wing arm makes a little bit more sense now. I mean, it's kind of a crazy cacophony going on, so. Sometimes it's just not gonna make that much sense. You know what I mean? Starting to really get nice and opaque around here. Starting to get rid of all the little cracks where we could see through. I still got this arm to work on though. I can reshape this hand a little bit. Just with a toothpick. Love it when I can do it with just a toothpick. That's why I like to paint kind of loosely, because I can always subtract very easily. I think I'm gonna make just a little bit of shadow here. That way they don't blend into each other. I think it needs to be darker. I'll just bring it onto the. Whoa, come on now. Stick to the card, would you? There we go. What kind of eyes does this thing have? Scary ones is the answer to the question. Yellow is the color answer to the question. This is like just like a bunch of teeth and kind of tongues all over the place, it looks like. But we'll get to that in a bit. Let's put a little bit more into the ink spitter here. Lovely, lovely. What's the eye color of the blood pet? Oh gosh, I have too many windows open. Red. That's good. Well, it's kind of like a, yeah, it's red. It's dark red. Let's add a little yellow in there just for some personality. Where's my super bright red? Alrighty. Alright, let's toss that red in there. Becoming less cute. I don't think he's supposed to be cute though, so we'll mourn his cuteness. Let's make the eyes a little bit bigger. There we go. And then if we got some like black, it's gonna be our like little tier lines. Okay, wonderful. I think I'm just going to put some white in here for the opacity to cover that crap up. Where is my white? Just cover that up, get that gone. I don't want to be seeing no letters through the eyeball. There. Now my next layer will probably work out nicely. Do the same for this guy, for his eyeballs. Okay, let's look at the ink spitter. Let's get some yellow down and then start putting in some like texture. Alright, what kind of texture does this thing have? Got the big eyeballs. One is like down here. And then relatively close to it, we got kind of an eyeball like this looking thing. I don't even know if they're eyeballs. They're more like recesses. It's like a socket with no ball in it. What? No ball? Okay, what else does Rakdos Ink Spitter got going on? Kinda got the mouth like this. Oh my gosh, my paint is dry. Got a mouth like that. Boop, 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 boop. And then, what else we got? Is this going forward? So it kind of goes like this. Then we've got kind of like that. Under this one, we've got a pretty strong ridge going on. And this whole thing is kind of sitting like that. We've got I think this is going to be our one with the long line to it. Just like that. And we've got kind of like that. These are all kind of intermediary steps. The Rakdos Ink Spitter. It's kind of nasty. Inside these recesses, it's more red. Red plus shadow plus L plus ratio plus your balding, your spitting ink, ick, plus your spitting ick. Crazy because these guys are all different art styles, and I don't know how to like mesh them all together into one kind of style here yet. I think something will just have naturally emerge throughout the process. At least that's what I'm hoping happens. And this particular one has the added trickiness of really breaking the frame a lot here. Plus I'm trying to float the artist text. So we'll see how that turns out. I'm sorry, I'm kind of speckling and sometimes that bounces the camera. Maybe I should just cover the artist name. I don't know. We'll see here. I'm really trying not to, but I just think the fact that this guy is like orange with the red border is giving me issues right now. Maybe I just need more transparency, or less transparency, more opacity. Yeah, that's kind of helping. Brief pause to rescue my letters. Anastas. Okay, this is an I. Damn, sniped off that dot. Now, where is the S? There's a little bit of it. I think digging out the letters will help here, because it'll show that I'm like purposely leaving them rather than It's just not covering them properly. Now the thing about the artist name is it's frickin' tiny. It's much smaller than the character name. And I think that's truly, like, a lot of Magic altarists have nothing but the most extreme respect for these artists, right? But, you know, in the course of doing altars, names get covered up, unfortunately. And I would say the biggest reason is because it's a pain in the butt to try to leave them. Okay, this is an H, right? Yeah. Should be a dot here. Look at that. And just that V. Oi! Ain't that something? And similarly, to keep this kind of clear. Snoot says hi. Hello, Snoot. I hope you're doing okay. Hope you're having a good day. There's no scary noises or anything like that. And Tiffy. Hello, Tiffy. Probably soon I'll call the stream. Starting to feel like I want to take a break. How do I smooth it out when I'm done? Smooth what out? What part do you mean to smooth out? The surface. Oh no, it's not rough. If there's any spot with like a decent amount of buildup, then sometimes I'll just like pluck it off with a toothpick, and then it'll like take all the layers under it with it, and then I'll just have to repaint on that little spot. But typically it's quite smooth. I usually finish my cards with the what's it called? Varnish. And then that also kind of like smooths it out in a way, because it kind of applies one even layer on the top. But yeah, here's like a finished card I have, and like there's not really any raised texture. Right. So you just like I said, I paint in like super thin layers, so typically I don't really build up any unwanted textures. But yeah, there is kind of like a noticeable difference between the gloss of the card back and the like matte of the paint, right? The card reflects more light, but when I apply a layer of varnish, it's a satin varnish, so it's kind of in the middle between a gloss and a matte, and it kind of will just uniformly apply that satin finish, and then that will help kind of reduce the discrepancy between the original card and the paint as well. But it's not really so much to do with texture as opposed to just the finishing. Tisk, tisk, tisk. There we go. There's a nice big spiny spine. Maybe there's too much spiny spine. This one looks like it's a super soaker. I think I'm just gonna put like the reddest red of all time that's shooting out to help differentiate between itself. I wish there's more room on this side for this to be more clear that's like shooting out a beam, but it is what it is. And this could just be If I just put a layer of white, it should kind of look like a laser. Okay, that looked horrible. Old. Clean up crew. Very good. Alright, we're gonna have to let that dry before we put on our ambitious layer of white there. The air was charged by the distant call of a nightmare. His face was obscured, but I knew he was looking at my chest, each side stretching, recently matured to different sizes. And so come lie with... Is this the copy pasta from Obsessed? Is this the copy pasta from Obsessed? I'm not interested. Bro, get a new hobby. It's a decent copy pasta though, I'll give you that. It's like the perfect level of WTF is going on. This little bit. I'm just gonna put that as dark. This is where the shadows lie, right here. Or did I call it possessed instead of obsession? My bad. Same thing. I mean, I saw it 2 days ago. How could I possibly remember what it's called? Okay, I'm feeling pretty stiff. I'm gonna call it here. Thanks everybody for tuning in. It's a long one, 6.5 hours almost. I think it's about time I go had something to eat. Maybe spread my legs a little bit. Anyways, thanks for watching. Cheers. Not quite done the project, but probably within the week I'll be uploading a short of it. And you'll get to see it all done. But yeah, that's going to be Alesha, who smiles at death, featuring a bunch of crazy looking thralls. But they need a bunch more work yet. We'll get there though. Don't eat Doritos, no promises. I don't have any Doritos in the house, so I don't think it's gonna happen. Anyway, cheers. Dang Dad, I have your channel pulled up in my tab, so I'll take a look at that when once I've got something to eat. Alright, cheers everybody.